Ladies and gentlemen, PUBG Mobile fans, welcome back to the most exhilarating battleground on the planet. It's day 3 of week 2 and we're diving straight into the heart of action here in the Ruthless Hype Esports Clash of Giants Season 2. On the caster says at your service, I am Neptune the Gem in Gaming. Together with me is the one and only Pika, bringing you the action to your screen. And how are you doing, my man? How are you tonight?
Man, I have no single word for this, but I am, if I'm going to define this, I am hyped. Because as the name says, we are not going to see any small attacks here. We're not going to see anybody not bringing their A game. It is Clash of Giants. So we just want to orient all of our viewers. If you missed yesterday's action, don't fret. We're going to continue that today because we are aware that, yes, we had to end it abruptly, but here we go. We're going to continue all of those matches tonight.
Yep, and as Pika mentioned, we did end it a little bit early, but we are going to continue it on, and this is a chance for the teams to grab the prize pool. Staying up on the playoffs right now, the top will be taking home $800 US, 500 for second place, 250 for the third place, 150 for the fourth place, and the MVP will grab $200. But that's not all. We have the grand finals prize pool as well, which is much bigger than the playoffs. But as we look at the point system, this is the usual that we often have in PUBG Mobile. 10 goes to 4, the winner chicken dinner, and from 6 all throughout to the 8th place, they will be going down, and unfortunately for the 9th to 20th, they will not be getting any points. So the most important part of this is they grab the elimination points to gather and to catch up on the overalls.
Right, and that is one of the things that changed the complexion entirely of PUBG Mobile, to say the least, simply because you can't just wait everybody out. You gotta get those eliminations, sir. Now, here we go. The teams, as we also mentioned prior to this, they have points awarded for them by the end of the week. So you really gotta try to move yourself up in the rankings so that you will be eligible for the better share of the pie. The league will also give some points, for those of you who place properly along the way. Last but not least, we do have initial points also at the start of the finals and adds up to the total bonus points.
Yeah, and the bonus points is dictated on your position each week. So last week is over, week 2 is still ongoing, and these are the teams that we have for you from Group A, Group B, and Group C. These teams will be fighting it up in rotation and different maps as well to find out who among them will be the top 16. BTR, The Xavier, T2K, RRQ, XERXIA, YOODO Alliance, Genesis Esports, and Hale Esports for Group A. For Group B, we have 4 Miracle Vibes, Alter Ego, Stalwart Esports, GSM, and SEM9 Glue Squad, Boom Esports, as well as 7 Element for Group B. And for Group C, we have PERSIJA EVOS, and hopefully I'll be able to pull that up right here. PERSIJA EVOS, NIGMA Galaxy, AGONxI8, Bounum United, NB Esports, Morph GPX, Dewa United, as well as Gagendra. But for MVP overall, it's Lapar right here, who has brought in a lot in terms of numbers.
Man, he's not the only one as well. We're going to get to that a little later on from BTR, who did a lot of fragging, ladies and gentlemen. So you're gonna want to watch out for these wonderful and very, how should I say this, pumped up gentlemen. We do have, we also have, say, Baron 922, Doc 922, Kage, and Emotop, for who we last saw. Those players were, again, hitting it. But right now, we have Nurpek, Coops, Zero, and Rowdy with their respective frags. Not too far off, I'd say, gentlemen, when it comes to these frags, these elimination points. So I cannot wait if somebody would be brave enough to dethrone these men from where they are.
I'm pretty sure the some will be rising up into this battle, but going in on to the overall rankings right now, and there's a lot of changes that has happened, especially for this week. It's Team RRQ on the top, and it's not so much of a lead against BIGETRON Red Villains. Enigma Galaxy is also close behind, but it's quite 20 points far behind, together with SEM9 and 4 Miracle Vibes, though, surprisingly, from their reign in week number 1. They are now a number 5, but I won't be surprised if they will be putting it in 3rd gear and moving a little bit faster this time around.
Yeah, these teams right here. However, on the lower half of our bracket, they do need to bump themselves up a little bit because the gap started to be a lot bigger, Neptune. If you notice, their total points started to be more significantly different compared to how it was on the upper half. So I'd say that some of the favorites here, like Genesis Esports, from way back, they've had a lot of good run-ins. The crowd's always been on their backs, but I want to see how they're going to punch back from this because so far they are in very shallow waters so far. And NB Esports as well, along with Agon. These are names that we've seen over and over again. But for the time being, Neptune, they are on the third page of our screen. So this might not be a good look. Let's see if they'll be able to at least go shoulders above this depth.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, well, so far halfway through our overall rankings, it's just one good game, and they will be able to grab a huge leap into their overalls. So I guess it will depend on which map they will be playing on later on. And guys, for everyone right now, I'm pretty sure you're also excited in what we have to offer for you because we have a giveaway for the people who are supporting this broadcast, and we need to grab these milestones. 30,000 views on or watching on YouTube will get you the HyperX headphones. 50,000 will be 2 of the AirPods, and 70,000 will get you iPhone 15. Who doesn't want to grab that?
You read that right, ladies and gentlemen. You are going to get a phone if you bring all 1,000 of your friends at the bare minimum. And they might help these views, to be honest. Now, all you got to do, of course, is follow the Instagram. Join the Discord server, send us a screenshot, and your token number will be given as well. So wait for the live draw after that, and of course keep your fingers crossed. So that is the most important part of the entire thing.
Yeah, and here we go, guys. We are being shown of the schedule right now, and don't worry, why is RRQ already in the board? It's because that is what happened yesterday. Yesterday, they got a winner chicken dinner on map number 1, and unfortunately, everything else just didn't go through. Thus, we are continuing it on with match number 14 up until 18, and this time it will be in SANHOK as well as ERANGEL all throughout, ending in SANHOK for match number 18. So the groupings will change as well, so we'll have to find out who among these teams will be weeded out in terms of points. And as we mentioned, keep talking, it's top 16 all throughout. But one thing that the fans out there might not know is we're dealing with bonus points, and earlier you did mention a lot of those that they need to grab a higher placement in the overalls per week so that they can get all those bonus points right here. But as we look into match number 14, as mentioned earlier, Group A and C will be playing, so those in the middle will be sitting it out for today.
Yeah, not to say as well that they should relax. They have to wait for whoever comes out victorious for the next battle moving forward. Let's see how that's going to be. So, me personally, SANHOK is one of the terrains that I am super excited to see, gentlemen. But for the time being, I'm just going to leave it all to chance, right? It's a lot of calculation, but at the same time, hopefully your drops will prove very beneficial.
Exactly. I mean, the chance is especially where the Black Path will be coming from, as well as where the stages of the circle will be happening. And we are being asked of predictions right now. And for this week, though, there's not so much of SANHOK gameplay, and we saw how much it is coming in from this team. So, I don't know, Group A and C, well, we'll have to check out. I'll take a wild guess as to who might be getting this. I'll go with BIGETRON Red Villains.
Oh, come on. All right. Of course you would. Of course you would. Okay, you know what? I hope, Prod, please tell me I can do the same, because it goes without saying, statistics don't lie, right? So I definitely jump on board with the same exact, and they've been showing it, they've been hitting it. So I think I'm really with you on this one. Let's see, along the way, maybe we could change our minds, agree to disagree. But for the time being, I am all in with a big.
All right, well, no offense to RRQ right now is currently at number 1 because we've seen how consistent BIGETRON Red Villains right now, but it's your chance to prove us wrong because there's a lot of things that might happen in here because of the dynamics of Battle Royale, and we are going to jump into the battle in about 20 seconds, and we know how it is in SANHOK. It's not that huge and a lot of hiding spots, especially with the shrubberies, and I'm looking forward to those most sneaky gameplay. As we were talking about earlier, the realism of this game really brings in a lot and excitement. And who's not excited to jump in onto this game?
Oh man, it looks like we're having a northern fly path here, gentlemen. I'm not so sure if this is the wisest move for any of the team to jump a little early, but again, it's anybody's game. Like I said, you might be as calculated as possible, but I'm pretty sure the other teams won't let you have it easy as well. So,
Yeah,
this is gonna be interesting. And you know, with SANHOK, it's probably the most for lack of a better term, wet map that we have, right? There's so many bodies of water that surround and cut through SANHOK. So this is what I was talking about. We're looking at kind of a northern cut here coming from the southwest side, and see how they're distributed right here. More so, these teams started dropping off right at the very end of the flight path. So they had to read out everybody. They didn't want to have to risk jumping too prematurely.
Yeah, I would agree. And one thing about this map as well is, even if it's geared to one side, it's you will still reach the further side of this map because of how small it is. It's fairly small compared to ERANGEL as well as Miramar. That's, as you can see, even YOODO Lions is reaching Camp Bravo, and well, that would depend on the hot crop that we'll be seeing. And speaking of hot crop, we have NBA Esports going against Genesis Esports, as West Carry has already received some damage. Not only that, we have a few more contenders in this site, and let's see who's going to win.
You know, I have not seen the name. I'll just be honest, man. I have not seen the name West Carry in a hot minute. So seeing him again and the entirety of Genesis Esports just duking it out once again in SANHOK is just a treat to me. But here we go. Don't look now. Fist Boy already taken out with Bernat Boy, as well as the cast. Oh my goodness. Genesis Esports not stepping on the brink very early here.
Yeah, not only that, we are seeing the Xavier as well. Mondo right now going for the rush, backstab DPS, but no! Chua hits him, and there goes NBA Esports being taken down on 15, but the battle is not yet over. The fire has been brought in, and who's feeling it? It's Chua right now. He goes down. Only one remaining out of these teams. Let's see if we'll be able to confirm this battle. Red Face on the other side. Chua will be confirmed or be eliminated at this point, and Red Face, I don't know if he will be able to hide away or probably get away from this engagement.
You know, the resort, man. The resort, this is a very bittersweet drop spot, I would say, for SANHOK. You get as much loot as you can here. See how they already have their shotguns here, basically their M416s. This right here from DX. As unfortunate as it sounds, they got chipped off to the last man simply because of this choice. This is what we were talking about. It's a matter of luck and at the same time calculation, because you would not know. You would not know how crucial this is going to be when you drop. And here we go. Speaking of drop, another one from Train to Kill, just picked right off.
Old Frankie has been taken out after bringing down a few of those bodies. Mernat Boy is trying to recover right now. Train to Kill is one of those few that jumped in after the engagement of Genesis Esports as well as the Xavier. And fortunate for them, unfortunate for Genesis Esports, it's only one remaining for them, though they have the 4 points that they would need in this game. Survivability will be the next in the line, but PERSIJA EVOS also jumping in here. Lynx and Red Face, in our view, Master Smile might not be able to get away. Shots right through Lynx, and Master Smile brings him down.
Never mind. Oh my gosh. The Master of Smiles, I would say. He's gonna get out of there with a huge grin. You know, but again, it's pretty bittersweet at this point because, as I mentioned, it's always a risk, right? It's always a gamble where you go. Now he still has to hold the flag high up for Genesis by himself, and that's not an easy task. You're gonna have to weather storm after storm here. We're only at stage 1, so a lot can still happen. The circle will still shrink, but oh no, Red Face, however, on the run. He does have a wolf pack behind him, and there it is. Oh my goodness, very unfortunate right there. So
yeah, indeed. I mean, it's very unfortunate for him, and unfortunate for him as well. He doesn't have any backup. Mini Uzi has brought down 2 of the players from T2K, and it will just be going to waste because they will be picked up.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so far, T2K is still continuing on. Doki will be revived, and I think they have a little bit of view as well coming from the other side. Let's see if Zuxi will be able to pull off what Redface did earlier, and probably a little bit more successful because he did get the knock, but unfortunately the confirmation wasn't there. Thus, PERSIJA EVOS doesn't have any point on them just yet.
Sad though, and they already lost two teammates along the way, right? So you don't
Mhm.
want to be picked off that early. You don't want your teammates to turn into gravestones just like that. We're only on stage one, and this I think is the grind that we were talking about,
Yeah.
gentlemen. You do have to at least get your hands dirty as soon as you drop. You're gonna encounter somebody, and you can't shy away from that. But it also goes to show that if you don't have the right weapons, if you don't have the
Mhm.
right utilities, that's still a tall order. I'd say look at where Doki is right now. He has
Yeah.
3 medkits already. He did have armor enough to withstand a little bit of an onslaught from his initial encounters, right? So
Yeah.
despite not having a frag, their team already has 3. And speaking of fragging, here we go. Morph and GPX already has contact with Morph from right across the map. This is very interesting. I'd say they're very confident to take that gunfight, Neptune, despite that.
Yep. And it's probably because of one has already gone down, and they're just taking advantage of what they have to offer right now. Falak, a little bit too aggressive, or probably this part of the plan, trying to hide out into the water to recover all of those
Really?
HP, and he might be surviving, but I think Rocky knows this gameplay,
Yeah.
might be going in for the shots, but no. It's not making those shots, just waiting for the opportunity to Falak to move out and probably move in to land.
No, AGONxI8. This entire team has also made favorites out of our crowds. They've joined tons of tournaments already, like countless, I'd say. So Falak and his teammates, as much as Falak may look really suspiciously, how should I say this? Odd, if I can
Yeah.
say so myself. But maybe just maybe he does have a plan moving forward. And with Aegon only having him as their saving grace, he at least needs to pick 1 or 2 people off to maybe just maybe bring justice to how early on that they were exiled from the lobby. Now we are looking at so far, ladies and gentlemen, a much smaller circle here. I'd say that even at stage 2, we've already had how many? 2, 3 eliminations, I'd say.
Yeah.
So, and look at how the circle will slowly shrink a little later on, Neptune, because it might be a lot of water fights moving forward.
Yeah, it might be heading towards where NGX or Nigma Galaxy is, as they're also crossing the waters, but Kagendra is already waiting for them just below that boot camp. Now, as we can see, you the Lions, and unfortunate for you the Lions, though, especially for this week, they're really not putting in a lot of attraction in terms of points, and probably that is caused with them being a little bit too cautious into the gameplay. We mentioned earlier that you need to put in a lot of those elimination points and not just survivability, but either way they're not putting in that much, so they are being left out with only 8 in total points compared to what we've seen earlier RRQ has, which is 62 in total. So they need to, like, it's either fight their way through in survivability, probably winner chicken dinner, or probably like just a few more points and understand how will they be rotating, and then later on, once that has been set, they can focus on a little bit of elimination. Slowly but surely they will be moving up.
I think it's also a traditional strat, when it comes to battle royale, that one survive as long as possible. But in this case, a SANHOK, I know that it doesn't make things a lot easier because there's not that many mainstream utilities that you can get just out of nowhere, right? So sure, you can get an AKM every now and then, maybe a QBZ, but you'd want these heavy hitters, right? You don't want to have to settle for less, especially when you're up against these teams, man. These teams, they're very calculated. Some of their goals are different from others. Maybe get a vehicle, or maybe just try to zone out everybody, try to stay as far away from them as possible. So see how Bigetron is right now. They lost one already. They have one man down, and you don't see them rushing towards gunfire. They just want to see if anybody can help their job get a little bit easier by picking someone off. In this case, we see Gen Falls right here just going for a little bit of rotation and moving into the big city once again. See, this is RRQ. They have their hands. They don't have their hands full, but I'm pretty sure they're scouted by Kage already. They do have the high ground advantage. So we just oh, this is what we're talking about. Oh, S12K by Falak. Okay.
Falak is still alive and still doing damage, and well, quite surprised. It's RRQ that he's facing all alone, and he's not backing down. He is not backing off from this gunfight, but the pinch got him. Well, I got that. Like I had that thing. The moment I praise a team or a player, like they often go down.
It do be. It's one of those ironies in life we could never avoid. But we're still looking at how RRQ here is, ladies and gentlemen, as well as T2K. So yeah, trade to kill. Another one of those very decorated teams that we've witnessed over and over again. Did you see the contest from Doki? My goodness, all the way from the very top of that mountain. Okay, so we have Jane. Doki did pay a little bit of a price, you know, for that encounter, I'd say. But yeah. Let's see how they're gonna go with this. We still have another stage in just a few seconds. Wow, it looks like they strayed away from the water. I beg to differ from what I said earlier, Neptune. It looks like they're gonna stay dry for this one and maybe head to the quarry.
Yeah, but the thing is, as we can see from the side of NIGMA Galaxy, they will be, parts of them will be in that water side, because they will, in a bit, once that closes, they will have their back in the wall, and no one will be going in for the flank against them. So that will keep them safe a little bit. And with currently in number 3, just following Bigetron Red Villains, they have a good chance to catch up with the points that we mentioned earlier. Is like, it's quite huge, 20 points before the start of this day. And they need to do a lot, not only elimination but also in placement. So with that alone, with that tactics alone, they will be able to grab a few more of those placement points. But the high ground is mostly priority for some teams, similar to what we're seeing from D1 United. They have a good view of their surrounding, also a good chance for the backstab.
I was about to say that aside from NGX, right, it is D1 United who's rather the healthiest team that we have so far. You know, the points, yeah, a bit distant, but the fact that you can survive as much as possible, that will be a that'll be a very big deal. But you know, I think I do have that jinx as well because just as I was saying, they're really healthy. One of them goes down. Okay, that's an occupational hazard that we have, folks.
Yeah, don't blame us, because at some point, yeah, we are giving out all these points about a team being the best, and then later on they are being put down. It's just, it is what it is. But let's see, Morph GPX right now in battle against Hale Esports. Hale Esports also not looking good all throughout, but it's a good thing this time around they're in the middle of the pack in terms of overall, but they are faced against Morph GPX. From the previous week, we've seen how aggressive they can get, and let's see if Hale Esports will be able to survive. NC2 will not be able to do so, and as well as Noise, not so Noise for this team, because they are going down and I guess eliminated on 11th spot.
Oh man. And see, this is what's fun about what's been happening to PUBG Mobile. The fact that from the get-go, first blood can take seconds. You know, you don't have to stall so much. You don't have to 100% just camp. You know, as soon as you drop, there could be somebody waiting to go full swing. But here we go. Okay, this is not the case for NIGMA though. You see how slow they're playing right now. You see how calm they could be. They are hearing gunfire, no, but they don't get tilted by it. They don't want to go rushing to where the war is. Very slow. We have Lord Freak, Coops and Riot right there. Let's see if they're gonna be able to stay in this in the state of Zen. For the rest of this stage, because we do have a few seconds. We can spare a little bit before we go to stage 5, and yeah, as we mentioned, it could be quarry.
Yeah, let's see. It is towards that area. RRQ right now receiving a little bit of damage from one of the healthiest team. Well, they are now the healthy, back to their health after one guy has been picked up, and RRQ is receiving a little bit of those damages from a Cannot. He can, by the way, and that is what he's doing right now. So on the other side, XMPL also going in for the hit, and
Beautiful.
one of the guys is Pink right now, who will be not seeing pink, but rather red, as he will be taken out.
Oh my goodness. Okay, and yeah, the namesake. They never disappoint. You know, T2K trained to kill.
Yeah.
They are showing the fruits of their labor here, folks. So they do have 5 eliminations already. Oh my gosh, Doki! Oh, just right to his knees. Here we go. Jane coming for Tarzan. I forget that I said that, but slowly gonna pick him up. And we're already looking at 2 eliminations here on the side of the Warmth. So pretty unfortunate. But look at this with 6 eliminations. Yoru is on a tear. Let's see if he can continue this reign over here. He does have 1 medkit left here. So okay. See, it's a curse. We are cursed in that sense, man. As soon as we praise somebody.
We need to stop this. I don't know what's happening. I mean, guys, you need not to listen to us, because the moment that we are saying someone, praising someone that they're doing well, they are going down.
I swear it's not planned. I swear it is not planned, folks. This is live.
This is live. This is part, like, it is part of the curse, though. There's so many instances that casters had this curse, and unfortunately for them, it is showing, or for us, it's showing this competition from the first match of this day. Now we have Repaboy right now, and well, against his name, they are not repositioning anytime soon. They will be waiting for the final moment, and there's plenty of time for them to grab those eliminations, as long as you can stay safe and go in probably in a later stage of the circle, then you will get all the points that you need. But NIGMA Galaxy right now, seeing XERXIA RNJ from the far end, will be receiving a few more of the damage. But unfortunately for NIGMA Galaxy, they're just 1 nade away, because they are just all clumped together.
That is a very strange approach, man, in my opinion, because the fact that you're clustered over there, 3 of you, it takes 1 nade, right? Like, and the moment that nade is thrown, whether or not you evade it, you are giving away information, because that's pretty strange from NIGMA. But again, I think it's better to deal with your demons with your pack. So let's see how that is. And Superboy with another frag here. Oh, that's what I was talking about. They did pick someone off of NGX. Oh.
And there you have it. I mean, when I thought Kenneth will be blown out in there with a grenade, he managed to avert that grenade and just run over. Now, RRQ right now, Asa is in here. Well, we'll see if he'll be showing a little bit of that hope. He did, but with only a few HP. He has been taken down. I don't know. Is it a confirmation? No, Yoel will be brought up. And, well, that will be lost effort. Like a valiant effort, though, but still a little lost, because they will not grab that point.
Unbelievable, man. With all the damage he took from the blue Grim Reaper, he was able to pick someone off. But here we go again. Oh, man. Okay, you know what? I was literally about to say that NGX, as soon as they pick someone up, it'd be complete, you know, the family's hooligan. But there it is. Somebody once again on their knees. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we have XIA over here. I'd say they're close to the healthiest. Yeah, they're close to the healthiest. But
let's see.
They are cornered. I'd say they are cornered.
Yeah, they are cornered, but the thing is, I love the position that they're holding right now. It's a 1-2-1 right now, but Zero was able to take down Chopper, and the response, Zero has been taken down. Francie is on the other side, receiving some damage from Daywell United, and Flyboy responding as well. And Kagendra is in the shorter end of this battle, only 1 standing to their side. They're the one rushing in, and they are the one being eliminated on number 8. 7 teams remaining. Team XERXIA is still alive, though they lost Chopper. Let's see if they'll be able to shop all those points.
They must do, you know. They gotta start taking names, honestly. But yeah, down to our last 7 teams, and we're still 23 players remaining. This could still be a brawl, you know. Especially during the last circle we have here. If you look at the minimap, there's hardly cover here. Sooner or later, these compounds are gonna get out of the equation. They're going to be taken out, and these players will have to face their demons mano a mano, just like this from PERSIJA. Oh my gosh, okay, he is literally aflamed. Misery does not have any choice. He has to withstand this. Okay, and yep, there it is. Misery indeed. Poetic irony right there.
That's also a mercy shot because you don't want to be suffering all those flames. You want to go down as quickly as that. But let's see, they were united. One has gone down. It's Yol once again. But again, recovery will be on their side. 5 elimination and still complete squad, especially when this guy Yol will be brought up. Coops, on the other hand, was able to put in a god nade against BGR. And Superboy is a little bit too far from the rest of the team. But NIGMA right now is trying to fly out to space as they are being gunned down by RNJ. One almost going down, but RNJ needs to move up because the blue's coming in.
Mars also putting in work with a couple of DPS frags over there. I like that. That's pretty cool. More to the names. So that is one of the most toxic and annoying weapons as far as PUBG has been going for how many months now? How many seasons?
Yeah.
DPS will always push your buttons. And the same goes, you know, same goes for M416. ERXIA over here, or Earths, if I'm reading that right. Still alive, still kicking, still ready to take some names, still ready to put people in their place. What is that an AWM frag that I just saw? Oh man, juicy kill over there. Gotta love that. He had to feel good about it. I wish we saw that. But
yeah, that was the Lord himself bringing a raining wrath against those players again with AWM right here, and especially with if they have a high ground, then they will be able to bring in a lot. Doki with the DPS, surprisingly, not quite sure why he was not spotted, and that's one reason, not only with his position, but one reason why the DBS has been called the Dream Breaker shotgun, because it will not only break all your bones and HPs, it will bring down your team. We're down to 5 team and 15 soldiers fighting, and Goops is still right there trying to gun down this SERXIA.
I should have put my cards on T2K, man. I'm telling you straight up. I've faced them this far, and why did I not even root for them? Well, yeah, again, statistics. Any given day, as you mentioned, it could change, right? So, just like that, me and Neptune have lost our prediction. You know, with BIGETRON out of there.
I don't mind to be wrong as long as other teams will be able to show up in here in this game. And Train to Kill, though they were not showing up in week number 1, there's their chance really to bring up their name on the leaderboard. YOODO Lions though on a 1v2. Oh my goodness, XMPL brings down the house and managed to add more to the 10 eliminations that they had earlier. The pickup is will be done, and Jane is recovering. They will be facing off against NIGMA Galaxy on high ground, and who's waiting in below? It is Dewa.
Oh man, this is the levels that we're so excited about, folks. We are stage 8, and these players, as quiet as we are trying to make this, they are 7 seconds away from coming closer. This is contact that you would want to see. Here we go with just the tree in between. Coops had absolutely no way to make that happen to his favor. But here we go, last couple of teams remaining. T2K out of there, despite all those frags. Neptune, I think, are pretty confident. Even with that elimination, they had a good amount of points. But it all boils down to NGX right here and TU. So 9 versus 6 frags. Anybody?
Yeah, it's difficult. It's real difficult for to challenge NIGMA Galaxy because you have the Lord from the heavens above trying to gun you down, and let's see if they they were united, will be able to pursue this battle, and they're going down another hit, and Coops right now might be able to go for the battle, but you'll recover, picked up his teammates, DBS gameplay, and Coops really is this guy to end this. It is a win, and a winner chicken dinner. NIGMA Galaxy does it once again.
Congratulations to NIGMA Galaxy. You know, it was already foretold. The signs were all there, Neptune. This team did not have a casualty up until the latter stages of our first game. And every time they did, they were able to pick someone right up, amounting to 1,400 damage. That makes a lot of sense. Granted how long this team right here was able to last. Despite the fact that BIGETRON, the alpha so far, they got eliminated at the very cusp of being top.
Yeah, and imagine this, like with the elimination from each player, this tells us the story of how they traveled along the map. Because Rauf as well as Freak has been taken out a little bit early. We were left with Coops and Lord in there, and we saw how Lord pulled out that AWM, and from a long range, he already have that a lot of damage. And Coops in the close range with the DPS. Oh my God, you don't want to be face to face with this guy. That's all just for the two of them. They grab 10 eliminations overall, and what more if Rauf and Freak was part of that final battle?
Yeah, no discredit whatsoever as well, They did have a lot of healing in their hands, right? So that goes to show that they've had encounters. Sure, you were not able to close it out, sure. But the fact that you did not become a casualty yourself is already helping your team a lot, because that stops the other teams from fragging out. And without question, it is Coops right here with 6 eliminations, bagging the MVP. And look at that, the contribution is absolutely more than half. I mean, if you do the numbers, that really is feat deserving of flowers. So congratulations to NIGMA Galaxy and Coops, of course. So I do hope that moving forward, we're going to see more of his amazing gameplay.
Yeah, imagine 3 quarters contributed into a game. That's what Coops has to offer. And well, this also shows us why, because he has most of the eliminations as well as most damage into that match. And as we can see in the far right, we have Lord in there, but he's not with the long range engagement that he went into. Yeah, I mean, Asa from RQ has done a lot of healing, so I guess they were beat with the healing done. But well, for assist, it is Yol who will be in there on the board. Match rankings right now: 19 points, followed by T2K's 16 points. Is a good chance for both teams to really move up on the leaderboard. They were United though was able to grab 9 elimination, and they have that second place on that game, and they are currently on number 3. AGONxI8 ESPORTS though, surprisingly, they're the ones in the initial battle being taken down early. They are number 4.
Very interesting stuff. And again, Genesis, they do have a lot of reputation. They do have a lot of following, I'd say so myself, that really put faith in them. I, for one, I would put them in my top 5 so far, like in this group right here, right? And they actually did not disappoint, realistically speaking. But I know that they do have a bit of a climb to go after in the next few games that we have now. This is one thing that I always find as a hobby, right? The nades. The number of nades, because that's kind of like a thing that happened to PUBG as of late. Because utilities are the name of the game, right? Your gun skills, they really come into play here. But when you're able to provide a lot of nade cover, a lot of nade damage, it just makes things a lot easier too. So there it is, 124. I'm gonna start counting, Neptune. It's gonna go to 200 or 300 moving forward.
Won't be surprised if that happens. Right. But let's check out the overall rankings right now after that match. And still RQ is on the top, but BIGETRON Red Villains is close behind. Not only that, NIGMA Galaxy is in there, and as we mentioned, the gap is a little bit higher earlier. This time it's only down to 6, and I won't be surprised if they follow it up with a good ERANGEL later on, if they are the ones on the top. They were United though on number 4, and a lot more from the first page as we head into the next 8 of these teams.
Yeah, there it is, AGONxI8 ESPORTS. They were actually, believe it or not, they were just 1 slot down before this was actually shown. So it's a bit of progress, right? Slowly but surely, but it's still quite a bit of a climb, honestly. Train to Kill, despite all them efforts though, they are still kind of down there, kind of like at the base of the food chain. They still need to put in a lot of work. GLU, we never got to talk about them, but folks, let's just stay tuned. Let's see how that's gonna go. YOODO Alliance though, I'll say that Neptune, they didn't bode fairly well. But they didn't get eliminated right away. I remember that so clearly. Right?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have elimination points, but they did have, like, most of the points that they have, or all of the points from that SANHOK map is just coming from that placement point. So if I'm not mistaken, that was a total of 4 for them just for placement, and that's where survivability can bring you but you need to put in a little bit of effort to grab all those elimination. But it is what it is. SANHOK is really a fast map, and we started off with a fast engagement against 3 teams, and then slowed down a little bit towards the end. That's where we saw that final winner chicken dinner. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, it will be ERANGEL on this game, so don't go away.
As promised, ladies and gentlemen, we would not keep you waiting for long. Yours truly still here on the mic, Pika and a gentleman for Clash of Giants. This is the playoffs. We just witnessed a stellar performance from NIGMA Galaxy just a few moments ago. But now we are taking you to a whole new terrain, or in this case, a whole classic terrain in the form of ERANGEL.
Yeah, the OG map is back in form, and let's see who will be the best team out there, because so far a lot of changes has been shown, especially when week 2 just started, because from previously it was for Miracle Vibes who really has put a lot in terms of numbers, but they have been overridden, they have been overtaken by a lot of teams, leaving them probably a little bit halfway through on that first page. So let's see if they'll be able to catch up in terms of points. But so far on through this ERANGEL is still RRQ and BTR who grabbed that number 2 spot, or first and second spot in this map.
I do think that there's more for us to come, ladies and gentlemen, especially for these teams. But speaking of more to come, we do have a lot more to offer here, ladies and gentlemen, with our giveaways. So if we reach, and I am already confident that these people have already started their follower grind. We have 30K people watching. Should that happen, we have 5 HyperX headphones, 50K watching on YouTube. We have 2 AirPods, and 70K. Yes, you're seeing this right. An iPhone 15, just one. So whoever you are, if you're lucky, man, you must thank all that you praise.
That's right off the shelf. iPhone 15. It was just released and now it's being given away. So who wouldn't want that right here? But it will deserve a lot of views, and pretty much what Pika mentioned earlier. Invite 1,000 of your friends. I'm pretty sure you have a lot in your Facebook, or probably in your Twitter and every socials that you have, and just invite them to watch, and we'll be able to reach that. But as a recap, we are done with, well, the first match is technical our second match for this day. It might get confusing, but it was because the previous day we only played one match all overall. So we are jumping into the third match in the series, and it will be Group B and C who will be put in the mix.
Oh man, and this is gonna be dangerous for me because now I do feel that I have clear-cut favorites here. I can definitely say so based on track records, not just the points that they've been getting here in Clash of Giants, but the experience, the wit, the game sense of these teams that we've witnessed over and over again. Such teams include, of course, Alter Ego. We have Stalwart Esports. We have GSM, basically CMFxGSM, SEM9, and still in the running, still in the bit of a chase is GLU. So let's see how Team B is gonna pan out with these powerhouses still in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of changes that will be happening, especially after this game. A lot of review and homework has been done as well, because they are now jumping into the OG map where everyone is so familiar with, and even the raw points they've studied enough. If they are going to go for the hot drop, who are they going to go against? And the numbers might be a little bit off compared to what we've seen last week, but this is where some of the teams are being thrown off, because the gap is not that big compared to how it is with other teams. When Formerical Vibes has been in there in the top, like, they left everyone behind, and I won't be surprised if they will be doing that, especially they will be jumping in onto this game.
All right, it's kind of like the nostalgia you can never avoid, right? It's Erangel. Come on, I mean, everyone started with it. Now, here it is. Here it is, the ambush question, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I do love myself some predictions. I'm gonna put my cards right here on Stalwart.
All right, so you got Stalwart, and well, can't seem to let go of some of the teams, but Group A is already out in the mix. It's Group B and C that will be joining us this time. So for Group B, since you did mention Alter Ego would be one of the best choice, because they've been in here surprising everyone, especially in the final moments of each game or each series. So let me put in Alter Ego in there from Group B.
Beautifully done. And again, this is also just circumstance, folks. This was not a bias to Group B. It just so happens that it is what it is. But yeah, to me, it's really Stalwart. They're one of the most decorated teams that we have here. Not strangers as well to all the tournaments that we've been seeing. They've always at least left a mark. If not victory, they've always made moments here and there, putting their names in the map ever since. So yeah, that's just me. I do feel like Stalwart Esports can make more of those moments moving forward.
Yeah, the thing is, though, for our Alter Ego, though, they have been a couple times the PMSL or Super League Southeast Asia champions. It's always towards the end, towards the grand final. So again, since, like, even if they are my choice, I won't expect them to really pop off this time around, but probably I might be able to get a point out there in terms of prediction, because we know how this seems, or like what this team has to offer. It's just, if they are waiting, probably hiding strats, because again, top 16 is the only target before you jump into the grand finals.
Yeah, and another point I'd like to make is SEM9, right? Because with SEM9, they're no stranger to Ruthless tournaments, right? So they know how the battlefield is played out. They know the competition. They know who they're most likely gonna go up against. So familiarity kind of offers a lot of details when it comes to comfort, right? It's a saying that goes, the devil you know is better than the devil you don't. So with that in mind, I do think that experience really comes into play here. So SEM9, one of those teams. Seventh Element, though. Seventh Element is another team that I believe they're sleeper. In my opinion, they're sleeper teams. They're sleeper players sometimes, because right now they're not looking good in terms of rankings. But not to say that the skills aren't there. A lot of their supporters, not just from their country, but from all over the globe, Seventh Element, they believe that there's more. There's always more to offer for each time. Their credentials also go distances, man. I personally think that Seventh Element will bring a shock factor here.
Yeah, let's see. Probably they will be grabbing a little bit higher than 7th place in this game. Don't want to live in that name, because I mean, well, top 16 is the target before going into grand finals, but I'm pretty sure with how they performed, especially last week, they ended, if I'm not mistaken, around 12th place. So they're still halfway through like the overall, and they will get all those bonus points this time around. Though they are part of the bottom half of our team, they might be moving up later on. So as we jump in and prepare for Erangel, this is where we are going to see how homework has been put in execution, because a lot of teams did all those writing and study. It's more on how they can execute all those game plans and playbook in these matches. So let's see if that will come in fruition or it will just be a myth, because, well, I mean, not everyone is showing up.
That's true. This is where I would go back to my previous point, right? Luck plays a huge factor here, man.
Yeah.
Because you may be calculated when it comes to where you're dropping. Maybe you even base it off of, say, your track record. Oh, if I drop here, or if we choose to deploy here with no one else, then we have a higher chance of survival. But the question is, you have to also think, what are these other teams thinking of? Maybe they know that I know. Or maybe they know that I know that they know. You know, it's that loop. It's that kind of mentality that they're gonna be going with. Now, it looks like it's gonna be another northern path here, man. This is very interesting. We haven't seen an actual slash, like a full slash. See this? It's a straight line, man. Oh man. Okay. It is as straight as it can get, man. This is a clean chop towards Erangel.
Yeah, it's clean chop, but like if you'll be parting it with a brother or a sister, like you're getting the smaller piece. Especially like me, I'm the eldest. But anyways,
I like white, bro. Let's go.
Anyways, for those targeting the western side of the map, it will be difficult to fall in or to drop into some parts of this map, like Georgia Pole, or probably towards that area of hospital. Even Primors is very difficult to reach right now, so they might be dropping probably in those crossroads, utilizing all those vehicles, but they need to move fast, because later on, if in case they move and rotate to like farther west into this map, and then the first stage shows up into the east, then they need double time as well, hustle up on looting, and difficult if a lot of teams are already gatekeeping you as you approach.
Sure, that's true. But speaking of a lot of things to think about, man, you saw how Lapar from BTR he actually became the head honcho of so many mosts, you know, like elimination, highest damage dealt, you know, just some of the accolades that he starts racking up for himself. So that already is a statement of how confident some of our players are. But speaking of confidence here, we're seeing a lot of car action already. This is one of the oldest approaches, Neptune, when it comes to Erangel. You know, the vehicular siege. you gotta be a tough cookie for you to run around Erangel unprotected. So this goes to show that you really have to get your hands on a vehicle. May it be a buggy, a car, maybe a bike, you know, anything, even that, right? Even a tricycle for all we know. These are just some ways for you to get around Erangel. We know it's huge, man. This map is massive. So you got to find your way around those spots as fast as possible. Otherwise, you are gonna get a bullet behind you. Oh no! Okay.
A little bit of I don't know, probably misclick, or guy doesn't have his license just yet. Let's see if they'll be able to recover in time, because as you can see, a lot of teams has been hustling, as you mentioned, with the vehicles, because not only does they give you mobility, but also you'll be able to catch up with the first stage of the circle, because earlier when we were looking at the map, it's a little bit towards the east, and I was calling it out if in case you want to go in west side, and I think with that first stage being popped off, it will be difficult to really plan that approach. So you will be left with where you are right now in middle and towards the east, and probably meet up with the rest of the teams. But as you mentioned, the map is huge and there's plenty of space for them to loot, but Stalwart Esports right now might be seeing a little bit of engagement shots coming from behind.
Man, the circle's also not looking pretty good, man. Personally, if I can say so myself, it's a heavy east that we're looking at. So this could mean a lot of good loot, yes, but also a lot of crowds to come across. But the good thing is there are a lot of hiding spots as well. So maybe it could get evened out. Let's just see. It's a matter of time before some of our players come into contact, because so far no eliminations yet, not a single trigger pulled. So this could be the calm before the storm, as we always say.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite surprising how like a lot of teams have managed to drop well, there's a lot of contention, mostly in Erangel, because of how OG it is, and it's surprising that not so much of hot drop has been happening. Vehicles had already been taken, though a few of those spot shots, trying to pull off by other teams so that they can push away probably those who are passing by. But again, it will be silent in this game for the first few minutes, and we still have close or around 3 to 4 minutes to this first stage before we head in to the next battlefield that the teams will be fighting on.
Oh man, this gives me a bit of anxiety. A good kind of anxiety, because I can only imagine the clash that could happen upon initial contact. Here we go. Whoop. Oh man, off of my seat I go, and Fist Boy already fished off by Alter Ego's Alva, if I'm reading that right. So
yeah.
Oh man, okay. Good start already. But
yes,
that
indeed.
does not result to a loss right away. NB Esports, they could still do some they could still do some recon here, see if they can avenge, because that was a quick elimination for Fistboy, not gonna lie. So maybe they have to go through this as cautiously as possible. A lot of teams are still healthy though.
Yeah, and one thing about this is that this will slow down NB Esports a little bit more, because you know how it changed the tactics if you lose one of your teammates. Like with all fours, you can be aggressive if that is your play style, but even if you're aggressive and you lose one of your teammates, then it will pull you down a little bit in terms of your movement towards the other team. So you will not be that aggressive. All positions will not be taken quickly and entirely. Thus, it might be waiting game for the team of NB Esports, and like above Prison or just above Prison, they will be waiting for their chance, probably next stage of Circle. PERSIJA EVOS, on the other hand, has taken their place probably a little near, but oh, Alva, not yet over though. They want to grab all those points, and NB Esports has become their target the moment they stepped in.
Few bullets connecting over at Alva over there. Had to abandon the car. Not to mention that's absolute information, like crazy easy information. Look at this, rolling in like family. Alter Ego, just oh man. Okay, they're gonna raid this. They're gonna want to take refuge here, but in their way, of course, they have NB Esports. They want vengeance. You know, they're gonna want to pick someone right off. A lot of nades. Oh my gosh, that really shattered the roof of the place. Alter Ego, gotta be super careful. A bit of a heal here from Potato. Can't afford a casualty here.
Sek has been taken down in here. Fnatic will still try another one before they head up. 3 push.
Oh.
3 go for the push, and Emo has to gain hand. Badru has been knocked down, but Emo will be taken out with that mini Uzi, and that is a quick, well, not really quick, but a big 4 points for Alter Ego right now. They started off initially against NB Esports when we thought that they already pulled out. Alva doesn't want to stop. Still followed it through with a knock, and that's when they went in and execute the plan.
Yeah, you know, pretty unfortunate there, because I did say that NB Esports, if they played it slow, then they'd most likely be able to survive here. But again, the damage was already dealt there, so the aggressors really just had to go in for a kill. Now, 7th element, as I mentioned, they're nothing to scoff at. They do have one member damaged, but I do think that they're gonna wait it out. They're gonna try to supposedly see who among. Oh, never mind. They were spotted. They were spotted immediately right then and there. So yeah, that is 1 down, 1 knockdown here on the side of 7th element. A shot at it. So,
Yummy right now.
Oh man, a lot of damage.
Together with our cool. But this is a trade-off because it is Boom Esports who lost one of their members in the initial part as 7 Element rushes in, and this is just revenge for them. Let's see if anyone else will be picked up or will be surviving. Divine though will need a little bit of divine intervention.
Oh my God.
With only a few HP, and they might be the ones being taken down. Like spot on those shots, almost being taken down. Let's see if he will be rushed. Atul, on the other hand, might go for a long flank. Divine is just waiting, and well, just have to wait. Just have to survive this battle. Probably grab a little bit of those placement later on because elimination will not be happening just yet.
Man, I called so many of Gokubot's games before. He's usually the last man. Him and T24 right here. These two were always the usual suspects, as I always say, when it comes to holding the flag for 7th Element. But again, this time around, it's looking a little too bleak for 7th Element with 1 man and with a lot of damage taken. This is not a good image for 7th Element so far. But let's see. You know, he could play scavenger, as I always say.
Yep.
We just wait for these teams to slowly weed out the strong ones and maybe just go in for the wounded. In this case, Sem9, you know, we did mention Sem9 earlier, another one of those very experienced teams, so it looks like they never had any contact whatsoever, as far as we've seen from our end.
Yeah, and right now,
there it is.
Yeah, he started off. Manparang, I really love having Manparang back into the game. He really rested a little bit from the past tournament that Sem9 has jumped into, and he did announce it from one of the like PMSL Super League or PUBG Mobile Super League that he will be back as one of the players, and he is. Probably this is a good starting point for them, and the next tournament, major tournaments they'll be jumping into, we'll see more of Manparang. But there goes 1 point already to their team, and currently they are ones on the top. We'll have to find out though if they can carry this over a little bit further, because with 69 points, it is near to the ones above them. But if you're aiming, if you're gunning for the top 3, you need to put a little bit more, not just in placement but also elimination. So aggressiveness needs to be seen.
And you know, I want to bring it right now to PERSIJA to PERSIJA EVOS, right? So they're actually very active when it comes to Ruthless tournaments, not just to speak. So I dare say also that their experience towards this, it kind of shows, right? It's pretty apparent because I feel that they're not really dominant yet, but at the same time they know what they're doing. It's just probably unfortunate circumstance every now and then, and just like that, we're going to another stage. Sealing the deal. Here we go for Miracle Vibes, as we say. They are one of the favorites, realistically speaking, but never an easy job. Just look at where they are. They're 2 for 2, 2 down and 2 wounded. So they do have. Oh my gosh! Here we go. NGX just storming into the battlefield.
Baron right now trying to fire it off. East922 is only one remaining in this fight. Enigma Galaxy almost has been taken down, though they have lost Freak into those gunfight. But the pickup for Miracle Vibes might give them a little bit of a battle. They are inside of the blue. East922 right now almost being taken down. It's a good thing he managed to get away in the nick of time. Coops on the other hand, cooking that grenade. Let's see if they will be catching it, as the smokes also will be released. Doc will be the ones who need a little bit of bandages, and 4 Miracle Vibes will be going down. Enigma Galaxy still has the momentum though.
Unbelievable. Okay, so this is the perfect example of strike while the iron is hot. So with Enigma Galaxy here, already on a tear, getting another elimination. Yes, 3 men down, but should they be able to play their cards right here, they can stand a little longer. You know, there's still a lot of teams here that are closer to each other compared to where Enigma Galaxy is. Speaking of which, right there, we have AGONxI8, still pretty intact. They're still pretty strong, I'd say. Not really the best team, but you know, they're holding their own. Alter Ego too. This is what we were talking about. Speaking of healthy, we have Alter Ego, 5 eliminations, not a single man to spare. So let's see. I'm not really so sure if they're gonna engage or just play possum. Just for opponents to come to them.
For Alter Ego, the usual gameplay is to get a good position, probably
Yeah.
the edge or probably high ground, and that's where we saw them play it. And a few hot shots, especially when it comes to Potato, he has a good long range engagement capability. Thus, he can get all those hits. Speaking of hit, ZXI will be hit in there. If I'm not mistaken, that was a headshot. Thus, the HP went down very, very low. But quite surprisingly, his twin is not here. Luxy is not part of the mix, so probably resting. And let's see if they will be able to catch up into this game. STALWART Esports, though, they're just trying to distract AGONxI8. No eliminations just yet, but they have great capacity to take them down if anyone shows up.
You should see how I look right now. I'm rubbing my hands together while grinning, with Stalwart Esports because I sometimes hate being right all the time because this is the experience that's talking, I'd say.
Yeah.
It's you see how they have all the resources in one place.
Mhm.
They have a compound. They have vehicles. If you look at their stack, they also have utilities, medkits, everything. So they are preparing for war. They're not really gonna go this early on. They're also not very high up when it comes to eliminations. Hardly, actually, if not at all. So Stalwart Esports just on the very edge so far of our circle. Let's see if they're gonna go for the push because they have Sem9 waiting over the horizon and with vehicles as well. So maybe are they gonna abandon their fort or? Because look at the amount of opposition that will come rushing to them should they catch even the slightest bit of information. They're gonna have, for lack of a better term, an entire country of oppositions coming to them. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, and Sem9 right now has brought down the final member of 7 Element, and so unfortunate because you're trying to go and play it safe, and that is one reason why you just jumped in there in the middle of the next stage of Circle. But unfortunately, it's Sem9 who's already doing and thinking of the same thing. Now, Agon, though, on the other hand, almost hitting one, and that is on top of the rooftop from Stalwart Esports. Let's see if they will be challenged once again because not only them are in this compound, there's a lot more who's waiting to get to that chance to step in onto the stage. But stepping in, Sem9 right now, Manparang being gunned down, getting away from that. But it is Badru from the side who managed to put him down.
Oh my gosh. Chasing down a car, really? that is unrealistically brave, but here we go. Alter Ego, specifically Alva over here, just sealing the deal for Morph. Good stuff. Okay. Man, I was so lost for words, man. The moment that I saw these buggy riders over here, just stepping on the gas, pulling the nitrous boost, with a gun at hand, everybody was just ready to go. So, man, okay. They are hungry, though. I'll give them that. They are hungry.
Indeed, they want to grab all those points, and Badru has been taken out once again. But let's see, Alter Ego Fnatic just putting in a lot of shots, and who are they targeting? Two teams, AGONxI8 as well as Kagendra, who's fighting it off. Third party is that's like third partying. That is what Potato is doing right here, and he can grab a few more. And Kagendra is getting a lot of eliminations from this battle. Frenzy has been brought down. Flyboy though will be receiving, but Frenzy will be dying out of that nade. Flyboy, will he be able to fly high butterfly in this battle? Because so far there's only 2 left for this team.
Oh man, the action here from Kagendra, man. They don't wanna go down without a swing here. So interesting. AGONxI8, however, one veteran team, if I may. Just unfortunate though, they're already out of the equation, already sent back in. But Stalwart's action, taking out Link, if I saw that right, and ZXI right there, as we mentioned. We didn't see much of ZXI, but just as soon as we did, it was already an elimination set. More
right
DPS,
now.
oh man, the double cocking action right there. That is not what you would want, man. That is the sound of death,
Yeah, I mean, the moment you hear DPS being pulled out and like being shot at, you need to get away because you don't want to step close, especially with how accurate these players has been pulling that out in this game. And Flyboy right now still in DPS trying to rush in. Red Face is just waiting for him, but a grenade hits him. Red Face gets that point, and though PERSIJA EVOS only have 2 eliminations. This will be the 3rd. They still have a good chance of gatekeeping some, but STALWART Esports, a full squad, will be rushing in together with Leon of Kagendra, the last surviving member of his team. 1v1 through the fire, through the flame, and through the smoke. Let's see who will survive. Peak after peak and shots after shots. PERSIJA EVOS wins that battle.
Oh man, I was about to say that Red Face was really red-faced over there with all them flames that he had to extinguish by himself. He just had to let it go, but survives enough for more encounters. Now, we have GLU. I actually, for lack of a better term, I actually did not pay so much attention to GLU so far because of all that's been going on. They do have their hands full a little bit here. They have sight of NGX. Remember, Freak is already out of the equation, so they do have Lord, Coops, and Roth over here still holding the flag high. Because they do have 8 eliminations. That is not one team that you would want to mess with so far. They're still hot right off that victory. So they still might want to run for the second winner here. And that's a twofer. And that'll be a beautiful 2-piece. But no, never mind. Not if Urulkad, if I'm reading that right, have something to say about it. He does take one right out of NGX's book.
Yep, and Bucks Punk though needs to be picked up. Let's see who will be doing that or taking that job. But unfortunate for them, shots after shots. STALWART Esports though receiving a few more of those shots. We're down to the last 5 teams as PERSIJA EVOS will be eliminated. NIGMA Galaxy has a good chance to grab another winner chicken dinner, but against 2 teams, it's a full squad. Not really that easy.
Tall order, I'd say. And with these 3 teams that we still have, NGX, despite having two last members remaining, they did score quite a hefty amount of eliminations here, just next to AE, or rather, just really close to how AE is, but albeit 1 person up. So they do have the least chance, though. NGX has the least survivability here. And as I mentioned, man, I don't want to jinx it, but STALWART looking really healthy. They don't really mind the very little eliminations here. As long as they make it out of here alive, that is all that counts. So, last 5 teams here. Encounter Emo top. Oh, brought to his knees.
It is GLU squad right now from afar who saw them moving in. And that's quite a surprise hit. The Ronkad hasn't been knocked down. Let's see if the pickup will be done by Action. Because Action is already busy in here. No, this is STALWART Esports. Action is busy to gun down one of the players from GLU squad, and Box Pink will be picked up though, but Top is knocked down aside of STALWART Esports. So a few more of those eliminations can bring them to a little bit closer. That winner chicken dinner 2001 though, trying to get away, but go back in time. And will he be taken down? Yes, he was. Yep. And Coops is the guy who brings him down, but Top rushes in, takes that still, and will be able to probably knock down one of the players from the other side. But they managed to stick together though. Action will be backing off in here, literally backing off from that engagement, and needs to get to the next stage.
Unfortunate vehicular casualty over there, but that's how it is. You make use of what you got. Now, STALWART Esports, they are taking it very, very slowly. So close to the chest, right? A while ago, they were just tied with SEM9 with 2 frags, but now back to 4. They're just slowly making their way to the end of this entire game. Stage 6. This is no longer a lot of space to work with, Neptune. So you can only have as much as trees, bushes, smokes even, or your own vehicles to work with. So they do have a lot of utilities though. Like I'd say for Fnatic, he does have a couple of medkits. Same with Top. We did see Top a while ago take a hefty amount of damage. So he was really able to get up. He does have a lot of medical utilities, as well as, basically throwables. He does have 4 nades. He's going to add more to the count here. I cannot wait till we see our stats. But Action with a beautiful nade on Coops. My goodness.
Let's see. Lord right now will be taken down. I think that is it.
That is it. I cannot believe my eyes.
NIGMA Galaxy has been taken down, and well, they have a lot of eliminations though in this game, but we're left with 3 teams, and it's more of a STALWART Esports who have the advantage.
Man, it is firepower after firepower, I'm telling you. the way that Stalwart Esports is looking right now, I would be surprised if they do not end this. If they do not close the book right here. If they don't seal the deal. They are a bit tied, you know. They are tied in frags against Alter Ego. But with one man down, this is a bit of a tight spot for Alter Ego.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to go for the pickup. Miguel will try to pick in probably shots onto the smoke, and near Zed is just like getting near into this flank as well. Top has been picked up, and they are complete squad once again. The question is how fast can they recover, and also who will be there? Who will they be choosing to fight? Because they have Alter Ego on the left, Sem9 on the right. You don't want to be putting your focus on different teams, especially as they will be gunning down the moment you take those shots. In Action is trying to use a vehicle to distract everyone else. But Potato knows better. He will be backing off, regrouping with the rest of the teams, and probably using a vehicle of their own. But Action has been spotted, and Maggie right now will receive a few more. But no, Fnatic is the one who hits it.
Okay, taking that buggy once again. We have Action. Literally with his foot on the pedal, he's gonna want to take. Oh my gosh, good dodge. Okay, so Action fails to capitalize on that casualty supposedly. No, taking a little bit of damage here. Sprints out of the buggy, but takes one out. Fnatic is out of there. That is, oh my goodness, that is 2 digits. 2 digits for Stalwart Esports. I'm telling you, man. Okay, I hate being red all the time. Now Alter Ego is out of there. We are now left with 2 Stalwart Esports here. They're just picking the pieces up, and that is it. Sem9 with all the valiant effort still fell flat against Stalwart Esports. Congratulations to Stalwart Esports and to yours truly.
Yeah, I mean you got this one. I mean, I'm quite surprised that like the 2 teams that we have picked for a prediction was there in the top 3. It's just Stalwart Esports has apart from having the man advantage, they have a lot more in terms of utilities they can use. Look at Action in there, who just went in for the battle against, if not 1 or 2 of Alter Ego, just waiting in there to be run down. Thus, the elimination just shoot up in there to 13, plus the placement point that they have, 23 in total in the overall scores. And it is not just a one-guy battle. Everyone did their job.
Man, look at it. Even Nerzit, right? Nerzit was he was on and off camera. Like we've been seeing him quite a bit. At the same time, he would disappear, but he put in a ton of work, right? IC, of course, not so much to scoff at as well, because Emo Top, he's the guy who we've been seeing quite a bit, but not to say that that this is exactly what I'm talking about. You know, IC's there. He was there, so he didn't take any single bit of damage, man. It means he was absolutely lurking. He was actually lurking quite a bit, so that goes to show that whatever he did was still enough to to put in the work. And Action, as you said, he just stormed right into enemy fire, provided the ample amount of distraction. He was ready to go as well. He was not anxious at all. Oh, if I turn into an elimination, that's fine. We're already up on points. We've already done our part. All we gotta do is to fish them out.
Yep, and well, it is a different team though on MVP right now. It's Fnatic who did most of the job from those engagement. 3 eliminations and also 786 on the damage. Survivability will be left if he was not run over, but still, this guy has then done a lot, especially midway towards the last part of that engagement. And if they haven't lost one of their teammates, they might have had a better chance, or a better fighting chance. But surprisingly, though, NIGMA Galaxy didn't show up in the final 3 team. They are the ones in the match summary, with 4 of them taking the 5 spot, and it's only Yummy from Boom Esports is there with the highest damage. So this proves to show that even if you are taken out early, you still have a lot to offer in eliminations, even some of the stats that we're showing right now.
Yeah, man, that's exactly what we foretold as well. It was kind of like a prediction in a way, because you don't necessarily need to be the top dog for you to make a mark, and that's exactly what Lord did. He was very up there. It was a very Lord game.
Yeah.
if I could say the least. Now, so this is how things are shaking up so far, and with a bit of a repeat here from one of our groups, so they managed to maybe put a bit more advantages, a bit more points on their board. Speaking of which, that's NGX that we were talking about, as well as Kage. So Kage manages to stay a little bit more within the mix, as well as EVOS. So let's see how the rest of the teams are going to unfold moving forward. Seventh Element, they did quite okay, but no, not quite the result you'd want.
Yeah, only one elimination, not even surviving a little bit longer to grab a placement point, but still a lot more hope from these teams, because a lot of these teams really didn't show up halfway, like on the top 5 of our weekly standings. And as we look at the stats right now, well, I guess it's still around the average in terms of throwables. I'm just updating you. Just in case you
I
missed
know.
it. I'm pretty sure you are already jotting it down.
I'm trying, you know. I mean, it's a lot of action, but you know, it's okay. Once it reaches 200, you know it's on. you know that everybody taking it seriously. But right now, because of that shakeup, we have a few more teams who propelled themselves a little higher up. Like I mentioned, here we go, STALWART Esports, right? Big leap, really big leap. Team RRQ, NIGMA Galaxy, BIGETRON, Red Villain still are podium finishers over here.
Yeah.
So still within the 3-digit mark. That still puts them at a very good spot. But for downwards, it is a matter of eliminations and placement. So you take what you can. You have to make use of whatever it is that you can muster up. And with Kagendra, you know, they did have 2 chicken dinners. Hopefully they get to bag some again. That could be a big deal. You know, it could be a game changer, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, they will pop off halfway through on week number 1. This time around, they putting in all those chicken dinners already. And speaking of those, we are waiting to show up. Are some of the teams like CMFxGSM, who's on the second page, PERSIJA EVOS earlier. We saw them with the fight that they had, but they didn't win that so much in SANHOK. Even in the ERANGEL, there's not so much of battle that has been seen from them. But again, those in the third page, these are the teams that really surprise us. T2K, as you mentioned, has a huge set of titles already to the name, but they are staying in here number 17, which is surprising. But again, it's a little bit too early though for them for this week. It's only day number 3 technically for this week, and I think they did a lot of work already for week number 1. That's the bonus points has already stacked up on them.
So yeah, this is still a work in progress for a lot of our teams. You know, they do need to rack up more eliminations, and most likely they're gonna gun for those chicken dinners.
Yeah.
Man. You can't be too trigger happy, as STALWART Esports did that. They didn't pull the trigger up until the very last circle. So ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna proceed with more action as we resume a little later on. Pika and gentlemen, we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is still the Clash of Giants Season 2. Earlier, we just seen 2 of the 3 battles, 3 matches that we have set for the series. We're up to the second half of this match, starting it once again in SANHOK. Let's see if the team's NIGMA Galaxy will be able to grab what they did earlier in this day. Again, on the caster's desk, I am Neptune the Gemman Gaming. Together with me, Spica, bringing the hottest action to your screen.
In a hot action, we're gonna go right back to the tropic with SANHOK. So I personally believe that this could be another lesson learned for a lot of our teams. So it's again anybody's game, safe to assume. Yeah. But speaking of anybody's game, this could be anybody's game here as well. We have our giveaways here, ladies and gentlemen. Should we reach the 30K rather YouTube views, or people watching on YouTube, we're gonna give away 5 HyperX headphones. 50K, we're gonna give 2 AirPods, and a 50K we'll give away 1 iPhone 15. Man, that is a sweet deal.
If only I'm not casting, I'll be the ones waiting in there to grab that iPhone and probably help everyone as well into reaching that milestone. But as a recap on what happened all throughout this series, again, that RRQ winner chicken dinner was from yesterday, and then the rest is just happening today. Group A and B will be back in the mix, and the battle will be set in SANHOK. Let's see, as Unfortunately, NIGMA Galaxy will not be part of this group, so a different team will be able to show up right now and probably grab similar points that NIGMA Galaxy has earlier.
Oh man, so this is gonna be quite interesting. So this is already denied, right? This is an absolute an absolutely dream-shattering moment for NIGMA so far. At least it's very early. Maybe a little later on, they could go for that streak, but for now, it's In the Philippines, we always say this: give chance to others. I know they're not gonna let their guard down, but it definitely means that another team will try to get in the fray. Steal the throne for the time being. Now, I've already had one correct prediction. I am taking pride in that. It's gonna go to my story, but oh man. Okay, so if not, you want to go first on this one? You want to go first?
Sure.
Please.
I mean, it will be Group A and B into the mix, and I'm going to choose T2K.
Okay.
They have the numbers already. 11 elimination on the first SANHOK that they have for this week, and not so much in the rank though. So probably there's a chance for them to grab that winner chicken dinner.
I'm staying with STALWART Esports. I am serious. I am 100% jumping into the STALWART Esports train. So, yep, Rod, you can stamp that team right on my desk, and I'll give it a huge check. So that's still me. I'm putting my cards all on STALWART. So it goes to show that after the many games that I've called for STALWART, they sometimes slip, but they're more times than not, it's successful. The plays that they make, they're successful. They ended with a good streak of eliminations as well. Imagine getting to the final 5 with only 2 eliminations and ending it with 8, maybe even more. I think I'd say that says a lot. So I'm really putting it all on the line for STALWART.
Exactly. I mean, that is one of the tactics that we've seen most of the best teams done, and just waiting for the final moment, perfect moment to the least, for them to really fire. And once we've seen them just pop it off, and as you mentioned earlier during the battle, it's like they're so healthy that they haven't wasted any of the resources, that they can just go guns blazing, nades throwing, and vehicle rushing in all of the chances that they have, and they can still survive. So that's what they did. And well, I guess STALWART Esports is a good choice. I'm looking forward to grabbing that 1 point as well as we look at T2K in a bit. But the battle is yet to happen, but a lot of assumptions, predictions might already steer the teams right here to who's performing in this match.
I don't want to make enemies in chat, by the way. So these are just all on the top of our heads, folks. So me personally, I've seen the legacies established by some of our teams. So I'm not just talking about STALWART, by the way. We have the likes of Seventh Element, as I mentioned, from Group A, RRQ. You know, they've been around for quite a bit, so
Oh yeah.
these are just some of the names that you will always hear around the household. Same with Bigetron. So this could definitely mean a lot of action, a lot of wisdom shown moving forward. So with SANHOK, again, as we mentioned, hot action. It is as hot as it can get, and it's as wet as it can get it, you know, right back. We're moving towards the land of the non-dry. So there's a lot of waterworks to be around, you know, gentlemen. So
Yeah. And as we jump back in, it's pretty much the same flight path that we have earlier, if not exactly the same flight path. So it is a different set of teams, but the same flight path. I won't be surprised if those who made a mistake in some of the rotation that they have will be able to correct them this time around, because like exactly the same. But again, earlier we saw a lot of engagement happening Paradise Resort, but I think with the groupings that we have right now, there will not be that much apart from Genesis Esports. T2K might also be in there in a bit, because earlier we saw them went in for the third party, but YOODO Lions will be jumping in there a little bit close, probably heading towards Camp Bravo, or some of them heading towards Camp Bravo, and engagement already happening from sides.
Ooh. Oh man, Jabari already starting things off quite strong here. And as we said, man, it could differ every now and then. A while ago, it was a completely different team, and it took a little bit of a stall before this happened. But now, not holding back. Oh my goodness! Already starting off is GSM. So 2 casualties as well. Look, oh my, that is super unfortunate. Yummy MJ. Just now we have one. We have one remaining member. Rowdy. He's in a bad spot. Neptune. I'd say that straight up.
Very bad spot right now, especially with pickup being done. Yellow is in here, almost being taken down, and shots into Yummy. There you go. The pickup has been stopped. It's now down to a 1v1. Rowdy will need to recover a little bit, and a little bit of early shots as well, as he goes in for rotation. So I guess it's quite balanced between these two teams. No recovery that will be done, and well, whoever wins will grab all those points. But no! YOLO in there for a hit. UMP versus Mini Uzi. The UMP has more damage. Thus, they win that engagement. But to what cost? Costing 3 of their teammates right there, but they did grab 4 points already.
That was a very cinematic start, you know, for a game like this. You know, we're just on our first half, and we're already seeing that kind of action. A 3 down flash between teams, down to the last man. Esports emerging victorious, and now this is it again. The dust has settled, so we're gonna see some teams once again. They're gonna try to fish, try to wait for somebody to make the mistake of showing a helmet. Let's see if they so much as kneel somewhere. they are gonna hear gunfire. That is for sure.
Yeah.
But now the encounter will most likely be between DX and I'd say GE.
Yeah. The thing is, Chua will not be showing any helmets because he doesn't have any. For him.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Doesn't have any, so let's see if he'll be able to grab one so that he'll be still surviving a little bit. And looking at the position, he's the one is safest spot against Master Ichi. So I guess with Weenie right now just winning left and right, not quite sure if information has been received already, but this is just a standoff. Genesis Esports is spread out into this building in Paradise Resort. They have the higher ground though compared to the Xavier, but the question is who will fire the earliest to start off this battle, because as you can see, we already have the DBS, but there's not so much that you can do if you're that far from your enemy.
Not the type of encounter you'd want to pick, right? So yeah, I'd say you're gonna have to find a way to close distance. But yep, let's look back at Master Ichi. I know that Master Ichi here from Genesis, he's also one of the names that really ring a bell to our audiences when it comes to survival. Him, Bernat Boy, these are just some of the names that we hear quite a bit. So as of the moment, I think he's really gonna capitalize a little bit on silence here, just trying to find a right spot to engage into anything. See what I mean? There it is. He's starting to climb up high. But is he gonna go for West Carry? West Carry does not know that there's somebody on top.
Yeah, let's see.
Back him up.
Skibby D being hit in there as quickly as that. Master Ichi, I mean, the shots really are itchy. You will be scratching right there when you got shot, especially coming from Genesis Esports. But the pickup will be done? Probably not, because
No.
it's very difficult. Like, he was left behind in there as the rest of the teams are trying to back off and get their angle. And Skibidi will be saying skibidi bidi doop dap dap as he goes down and wait for the lobby, or the rest of the teams in the lobby.
This is interesting, you know. A while ago, West Carey. I remember that West Carey is one of those players. Oh man, that was so unfortunate. I was about to say that he did not know that he was gonna get backup from the roof in the form of Master Smile, right? Because West Carey, I remember him. He loves the high ground play.
Yeah.
So he's kind of like a designated sniper, but at the same time he's not. But in this case, yeah, he proves that that really is the way to go. He does have one frag. Master Smile, however, he did take a lot of damage. Still, he's back. He's back in action. Let's see if... Oh, okay, here we go. SK12 action. Beautifully done. Beautifully done. Mernat boy falls as a casualty. Not good. Not good.
Not good indeed. It is now a 2v3 situation, if I'm not mistaken. Paladin, aka Parajin. Let's see if he'll be able to grab a point by himself as well. But Chua, this guy really is very, very serious guy. He barely smiles, especially when I saw him in Malaysia when during the PMSL, the Super League, and he barely smiles. Always serious. He's the one taking lead on Dig Savior. Let's see if he'll be able to do this once again. Especially they're not just going against this esports, but also Tito K on the other side. There goes Chua down. The Paragene also being taken down. Dig Savior is eliminated from this game, and the battle continues. The coin has been inserted, and here comes a new challenger.
Oh, beautifully done. I see what you did there. I see it. Here, beautiful cooking right here on the side.
You should know.
I definitely would know. So yeah, they are entering the fray. D2K starting to flush out the rest of Genesis Esports over here. They are pretty vastly separated though, Neptune. So any here, that's what I was talking about. That is exactly what I was talking about. The need for backup is really going to be very dangerous. It's going to be a wrench. So West Carey now left to deal with the rest of T2K by himself, with not much health to work with. You know, he does have one medkit. Pretty sure he's gonna go hiding, but that's again, that goes to show how maybe, just maybe, the buddy system really comes into play here. This is Paradise Resort. There's a lot of compounds here that you're gonna need to infiltrate before you can feel safe. And I think splitting up, just like in the horror movies, is not the best idea. So.
Exactly. I mean, if you are in a scary situation, the last thing that you want to do is split up. But in XMPL right now, split up with the rest of the teams. And this is what happens when you get away. It's a good thing Doki, as well as WTF, is Love is just in there in the backside. The pickup will be done against XMPL. Let's see if Master Ichi will survive. No! Jane from out of nowhere just swings in and takes that shot, and also receives a little bit of damage, but they're still alive. Master Ichi, though, will be otherwise, and West Carey will not be carrying anyone. Genesis Esports is the next one to be eliminated.
Yeah, that's it's a case of I told you so. You know, they were down 3. They were down by 1 rather. But there were only 3 of them left. That the best way you could actually survive that was a proper triangulation, I'd say, because this is Paradise Resort, as I mentioned. You can't afford to have too much separation between your teammates. It could be good for buddy system, right? But one is to 1. Those are odds you wouldn't want to go with, and that's exactly what happened. You know, Master Smile, he was flushed out by himself. So I'm pretty sure even after giving out information, there was no way that the rest of the team could actually come to his aid. They were too far away. So, oh man, I'm gonna lose this one. I can already feel it.
No, don't give up. Don't give up. Nearsight is still there.
I'll try not to. Don't hate me,
Nearsight still there in action. They're facing against Formical vibes. Well, there's no giving up. but it's a tough spot they're
Exactly.
against. I mean, it's 4 Miracle Vibes that they're against, and Stalwart Esports with only 2 of them. They will need to be very, very quiet. It's a good thing that 4 Miracle Vibes is like shied away from the engagement. They pulled up on the other side of this hill and probably spots a GLU squad. Stalwart Esports, though, they are safe. They need to stay here unless they will be left outside of the blue. Then that is when they need to move. But I think Doc has sensed a little bit. Probably put in his stethoscopes and heard the heartbeats of the 2 players from Stalwart Esports. Action right now might be springing in action. Nades already ready to cook.
This is a pinch. This is a massive pinch. Oh my! Okay, never mind. Nurzet just standing his ground a little bit here. Action though. He does need a little bit of backup. This is not looking good. Never mind. Never mind again, dude. Take 2. Okay, he gets 1 more. Apex is out of there. 4 Miracle Vibes right here. They have to be cautious. These are cornered animals that we were talking about.
Whoa!
Oh man, so sad for Nurzet.
And their Zen goes down. Doc with the DBS will be confirming that elimination. And let's see if the pickup will be done. Probably distraction from the rooftop. Action will be moving in, healing himself. Doc is doing the same thing, but Action has a little bit something up his sleeves. A grenade might be thrown, but it's a little bit too late as Doc has already healed himself up. So it will be a trade-off after trade-off. They need to rush in though, rush this engagement, because I'm hearing a lot of gunshots coming from afar, and Doc is just going ring around the rosy. The pickup might be done, especially with Molly. Preparation for the backup. No, they want to go for the chase. No pickup will be done just yet. And Baron, finally.
Ouch.
They will be receiving that, and Action will be taken down. It's RRQ in the mix.
Okay, here we go. 0 eliminations. Look at how RRQ is right here. They are picking up the pieces off of this war zone, the crime scene, off of so many eliminations earlier on, and 4 Miracle Vibes. Despite all the valiant efforts there, Neptune, it was just a little too much to take. You know, these are the spoils of war, as I always say. This is bound to happen, right? And again, as I mentioned, RRQ, they rushed in. They wanted to go and prey on the wounded as well as whatever's remaining, and they paid the price for it. They actually lost 1, right? With no eliminations, they also lost 1. So that was a questionable call on the side of RRQ. They didn't need to do it, but. Okay, well, let's learn, I'd say. M9, however, just off of the horizon, trying to see if they can pick someone off ever so slowly. This is what we were talking about. There's not that many unique spots in SANHOK.
Yep.
Everything looks exactly the same. So if you find a good enough spot for it, just like this, no mercy on the watchtower. He is probably gonna go cheap here. Just try to pick off 1 at a time.
And I think that is the plan right now against Buckspomp as well as the rest of GLU squad. And for RRQ, it's there's not so much to show for earlier after engagement for in terms of points, but that's the usual thing that you happen. If you want to go in third party successfully, you wait for the gunfight to die down, and that's what happened. Unfortunately, it's only 2 remaining enemies that they have, and they're fighting against each other. Thus, the 2 points that RRQ has, unfortunately, they also traded it against one of their own. So let's see if they will be able to catch up all those points with that they initially started in this match, as the rest of the gang will be staying silent, especially with the YOODO Lions right now. They are bottom of our rankings on the right-hand side. And they've lost, if I'm not mistaken, 1 or 2 or one of the players, and also receive a bunch of damage from Sem9. So if Sem9 can put on all those pressure, it might be YOODO Lions going down 1v3.
You see, that's the reason, Neptune, that I was so anxious, right? With what happened to RRQ. They came in guns blazing at the cost of 1 man for 2 eliminations. I'd say that if now that I think about it, they really actually didn't need to, because they're so high up in total points,
Yeah.
and with 4 men on your side, and just go vulture, wait for these teams to bleed and pick them off right at once, then you could have like 4, maybe even more, without suffering a single casualty. So was it a fair trade? I don't know, maybe. But at the same time, in the bigger scheme of things, I'm not so sure if 3 versus question mark is the best choice. Like Sem9, right? Sem9, if they chicken dinner this, they're gonna take the place of Stalwart Esports easy.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
that's an immediate 10 points. They have 1 elimination, and Stalwart has no way to get it back because they've already been eliminated. Now, with for the likes of GLU, who has to all their way so hard, you know, they are supposedly the target, right? With GLU, they're on a chase. They're the only team here, I'd say, or sorry, Hale as well. These two teams, they are the real enemies, I'd say, because Sem9, they also have to. They can just wait this out.
Yeah.
We haven't seen much from Sem9 apart from that elimination from Kenny S. So see how slowly they're playing this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing that the Sem9 Mikiel managed to back him up, but the thing is, pickup will not be done just yet, and Mikiel will be eliminated from the grenades coming from Repo Boy. But I would agree with you, like they just need to be silent, and the moment they went like guns blazing, that's where and when they were targeted by the other teams. They lost one of their players. They managed to grab 2 points as well, but wasn't able to capitalize on the position that YOODO Lions was taking.
Yes.
Doc right now has been taken down, and Doki rather has been taken down, and let's see if Manparang can confirm this, because Jane is going in for the pickup.
Oh man, see, this is the price they paid for it.
Yeah.
Look at for RQS. They do have a they managed to go for a heal. Still 2 men, but with I think reasonable damage. This is still not a good look, man. Sem9, they're still very help. Never mind. Okay, so we got wow. Okay. Dang.
Yeah, they made a mistake of firing at YOODO Lions, knowing, well, probably
Man.
not knowing, but a lot of teams has been surrounding them, and
Yeah.
XERXIA has been very, very sneaky in their approach.
have
They managed to take down one, confirm the other one, and this time around, they're the ones with advantage.
Crazy flash. Oh man, Sem9 out of there just like that. And as I mentioned, right, that would have gone a different direction if they held on a little bit longer. But let's see if the wisdom, if the game sense so far of RRQ can stand this test, because I think that was a fatal mistake what they did earlier, man. Like, it was such a tactical mistake, a tactical flaw rather. What they did. Now they have to survive 8 more teams with 2 men down, 2 eliminations, and look at where Train to Kill is. They still technically have 3 strong enough players, but don't look now. We have 7 Element out of there, so that is more out of the equation.
See if they'll be able to even this up, and Hale Esports right now grabbing their 5th elimination, and it might be slow for Hale Esports, but slowly they are getting all those points. XERXIA, on the other hand, die will not be hard that from that instance, because he hasn't been brought down, and XMPL though he is bleeding, there's a good chance, but T2K will be able to grab a few more from their side. Zoki managed to take one down, and who DF is love brings another to their knees. Hale and Alter Ego is the next target for these teams, as well as RRQ, who's going in a nade battle. Let's see who will be winning this trade-off, because we've seen this game from some of the cartoons. You throw a nade, I catch him, and you throw another one. Let's see who explodes, because that was a 1v2. 2 more from this side of Hale might be pulling up a few more that Hexas can eat.
Oh, okay, right on the leg. That was a bad way to go, man. But for RRQ at the very least. So I rest my case. I'd say Neptune. That was exactly what I was talking about. With that one elimination so early on with your team. Literally, you just need to wait, to empty out that battlefield a while ago, where all that clash happened very early on. You just had to wait. but they came in hot, greedy, if I may add. So
Right.
that kind of cost them in the long run.
Mhm.
And there it is, RRQ on out of there. So I don't know, man. It's not disappointing, but at the same time, I feel for RRQ in that area. So Train to Kill, still leading the herd here with 8
Yeah.
frags and complete, by the way. So this is where the numbers game is really paramount. So let's see how this is going to be for Train to Kill. We have Alter Ego here. We got Potato eliminating the Bigetron. We have the villains. Finally, we're left with the protagonists here.
Yeah, let's see if the heroes, who among the heroes will be surviving. Tato receiving a few more of those damage coming from XMPL, and it's a good thing he was able to hide away not only from vehicle but also from the smoke. But the question is, where are the rest of the team? No backup and no fireback being received by XMPL after those aggression. And not only that, GLU squad is flanking on the left, so they might be safe against T2K, but GLU squad has something on their mind.
Oh man, okay. So the name of the game here is probably going to be flanked now, Neptune, because that's 2v2. Sorry, 2 teams versus 2 teams, but this is also another situation of where your enemy is the enemy of my enemy, my friend. They have to see who's the weakest link here. They have to take him out first. In this case, it's AE, but Hail. Noise right there. Not really looking, as you said earlier, not really so nice of an elimination here. So Hail has 6. They're chasing. They are chasing T2K, and this is what's funny, man. They're not hanging back either. Time to kill. Train to Kill rather. T2K. They are not wasting time. Pardon me. So they're not wasting any time here. They wanna go out with probably 2-digit eliminations. There it is. Exactly what I was talking about. 10 eliminations. They're not really in the mood right here to be chill.
Yeah, there's no chilling for this guy. Who TF is love, especially with a TF to your name. You won't be chill. You can't be chill. But Doki right now will be just saying okie dokie together with Jane. They will be out from this game, and GLU squad is just taking advantage of that. They are the ones in the full squad, or T2K rather, are the ones with the full squad, but with the position that they held, there's not so much of coverage compared to what a GLU squad has taken, and taken advantage after advantage being done by GLU. Even C Sky only is putting a lot of effort despite of him being alone.
Oh my gosh, GLU though. Okay, so just like that, Train to Kill is out of there.
Yeah.
Unbelievable too. Okay, so the only team that managed to bag double-digit eliminations still kicked off. Still kicked out of the lobby here. So what this really means is it's a matter of survival.
And let's see. And there you have it. The final battle. It is GLU squad who managed to grab that winner chicken dinner. And for the final moment, I mean, it was quite surprising. I thought it will be held off a little bit longer.
Yeah,
but
same.
again, you're holding a DPS, understanding how like the distance you will have on that final circle, and you can shoot it from that distance and manage to grab that elimination. So a total of 16 elimination from GLU Squad Esports, and well, I guess from number 9 spot they will be moving up, especially if they continue this performance. But it is brought in by 2001 as well as Runkad, and unfortunately Box Punk and well, will not be getting any eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. We're actually caught off guard. Me personally, I was really caught off guard with GLU because I did not really follow. I didn't trail their path up until the middle of our game because so much was going on. Like we kicked off the game with Boom Esports just capping off one team right then and there. So it was quite an interesting game and an interesting tale to tell as well here for GLU. I mean, we're both wrong this time around, man. So I'd say kudos, real talk to GLU squad. So I like what's happening. And in SANHOK, it's quite a map for us to see a lot of these remarkable moments because there's so many redundant spaces, but again, it's a matter of who makes the best out of it. You saw the last clash, right? It was out in the open, It was really no no compounds to stay in. It's just mano a mano. Trees, grass, and greenery. That's exactly what it was. So who TF is love with 4 eliminations, just bagging our MVP here. So yeah, Neptune, I think the guy really deserves his crown.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, with the MVP in there, he really brought in a lot of illumination from the beginning of that. I would say Paradise Resort raid. They really brought in a lot of firepower. For the final moment, though, quite surprised that they lost the position, probably unsuspecting of how GLU squad has positioned themselves and waited for the perfect timing. They were silent. They tried to shoot against Alter Ego a little bit early into that game, if I got that correctly. Or yeah, Alter Ego. And the moment that they didn't see Alter Ego already on that horizon, that's where they back off and just waited patiently. So that's how they grab that that winner chicken dinner. Ended up on the final team, but still kudos to T2K because they managed to grab a double digit in terms of elimination. You did point it out. Fortunate for them, they were taken down a little bit early though.
Yeah, I mean, I would dare expect that Train to Kill would really go the distance, right? So preferably last 2, but 3's not. Yeah, and then there it was. So, but Hale though, Hale really turned up, right? So I like that. I like that. We were proven wrong, but with all that, when the deed was really done, GLU without saying anything, with no statement whatsoever, they just went through the rest of these teams and proved that we still are. We're still kicking. And here we go. In disappointing fashion, only 118. So
I mean, I realized that when you mentioned disappointing, it is low compared to 140 plus that we had earlier. So, and well, like there's really not so much need for trollables at that point because early on there's a lot of engagement, gunshots happening, and even towards the final 5, there's more of not so much of coverage that they will need the grenades being thrown. But as we look at the overall standings, Team RRQ maintains their #1 spot. BIGETRON Red Villains was able to catch up on that 2nd spot, and NIGMA Galaxy, since they didn't play the previous round, they will be pushed down, but not so much because it's only a point lead compared to BIGETRON Red Villain. Stalwart Esports, though, they are moving up in there. They need a little bit more for them to grab that number 3 spot.
And see, this is what's tragic. Genesis Esports, after all the valiant effort, and it's not within their control. In fact, they sat down a bit. They're already at 10 earlier. So that's a pretty drastic drop. To say the least. And with GLU, the way that they amassed all these eliminations, these placement points, that just goes to show how quickly the tides can change here at a Clash of Giants. So sadly though, YOODO Alliance still not really able to make something significant happen so far. DX almost there, I'd say, but still a bit of a climb. 7th Element, so yeah, one of the teams that we didn't expect to be this low so far. AGONxI8 as well, but I'm not gonna speak in finality just yet. This is only day number 3. There's a lot of chances for them, but hopefully today becomes like the first page of an exam.
Yeah, unless from the first week you're already at the bottom half or probably past the top 16, then that's when you get worried if you're still on that same place, because it's very difficult to really gather up all those points, especially if you're just waiting for the other teams to make a mistake. And even if you do so much, you are also hoping that the other teams will not make any points, and that's the very difficult part of that situation. So hopefully those who are gunning in the top 16, they'll be able to grab all those points right here from today up until the last day of week number 2, because you don't want to end up in there with only 1 point and you're on the 17th. That would hurt that would hurt a lot.
And not really the spot you would want to put on your portfolio as well. Just to be blunt, ladies and gentlemen, but we will bring you more action a little later on. Hopefully, we become wrong again when it comes to our prediction. We want to see some surprises after this short break. We'll give you some more PUBG Mobile action here at Clash of Giants. some of our teams have picked up the pace, ladies and gentlemen, here at Clash of Giants, the playoffs. Yours truly still on the mic, Pika and Neptune. So we just witnessed, again, a mouth-opening, jaw-dropping result in the form of GLU. I'm not saying that the team isn't doing too good, no, but our predictions were definitely miles away from what we expected. So that was a beautiful showing back to SANHOK. We're taking you back to El Clasico, ERANGEL.
Yep, ERANGEL is the map to be, and we'll have to find out if it's still the same team who grabbed the winner chicken dinner from earlier on, because we know that there's a lot of rotations in terms of the groups, and also performances will be hampered if you lose that momentum. So we're going to look into the giveaways that we have right now. Once again, for those of you watching, thank you very much for liking and sharing this stream, and also make sure that you subscribe, because a lot more will be offered. Not only that, if we reach all this milestone, we have 30k, 50k, and 70k. That's HyperX headphones, AirPods, and iPhone 15. Who doesn't want to have that right here?
Oh man! And all you gotta do is invite your thousands of friends. You know, I'm pretty sure y'all have that huge friends list. So you can invite every single one of them and just add to the numbers. But here we go. Speaking of numbers, we are moving to our second ERANGEL. So this is maybe another lesson learned. You know, this is a take two for both Group A and C. So they could rectify a lot of the mistakes that they made earlier, and not to mention more points. You know, it could be a completely different tale once again that we are telling here, because earlier on, it was NG. It was basically it's basically NGX, right? Who got the first. So it could be a repeat. It could be the sequel that they would want to get to.
And let's not take it away. Take it against STALWART Esports, though they are part of Group B, so they won't be playing. So ERANGEL, that's where you got your first point in terms of prediction. Let's see if this is where I'll get my point, because again, for Group A and C, there's a lot of showing coming from these teams, but it's very difficult to decide. It's very difficult to decide out of this team who will be grabbing, and not only that, at some point they want to prove us wrong. I mean, they want to prove us wrong. They want to think otherwise, that you might have the numbers on your side, you might have all the calculation, but we don't want you to be right. And that's what the teams are showing right now. But I'm not letting go. You want to go first?
Sure. You know what? Okay. Just be a compromise. Maybe this time around. Okay, I'm looking at my stats, to be honest, but I do think that I'll put my bet on RRQ.
All right, nice choice.
Yeah,
nice choice. Not only have they gotten that number one spot.
They were close, man. They were close.
Well, I guess it's from the same region, same group as well. I'm going to pick BIGETRON Red Villains, because they have a good running. Like, they had a good running. Thing is, they just faltered a little bit, especially if they start it off on the wrong foot. If they lose one of their members early on, I know that if they don't, I know that they have a lot more midway towards the end.
Yeah, that's fair. And there's a reason they're the big dogs right now. So we could always hang on to that fact, right? There's always a rationale behind why they are top. So fair. I think it's RRQ learning their lesson. It's sometimes humbling, and it's sometimes enlightening. It kind of, or both, you know. It kind of teaches you right then and there if you mess up your chance once. So this could be a redemption arc for RRQ. Not to mention they are very seasoned. You know, this team right here, they've been through a lot. Like, their year already started off strong. So I kind of want to see how they're gonna go about this. Not to mention, with ERANGEL, it's like they know it like the back of their hands. Obviously, all of these players do, but it all boils down to decision making, I'd say. So that's maybe one factor that RRQ might want to take out of their last game, right? Because for me, that was a heartbreaker, personally.
Exactly. I mean, it's very difficult to see them make that mistake, and we were anticipating otherwise. But unfortunately for them, like they showed up in in a fashion that we weren't expecting. That's not what we were expecting them to do, especially from earlier the rush gameplay that they tried to do, and there's the ones on the losing end. So hopefully, I would agree. Hopefully, this is a learning experience from them. They will be able to turn it over in a different result in this Erangel. But again, I'm still looking forward. I love to be proving wrong because I want other teams to move up on the leaderboard to get up their number. So make sure that you put in a lot of effort for the teams out there if you're watching and listening, because like RRQ and BTR on the prediction, that's a tough cookie to bit.
Definitely, I like shock factors. So many tournaments have been proven wrong. What one of them is Train to Kill. I'll never forget it. Train to Kill had like a couple streaks. Like there was one tournament that I casted before. I'm not gonna name it anymore, but they actually went back to back chicken dinners. So that's the flow state we're talking about, right? A lot of players and teams when they get that ball rolling, there's really no stopping it. So it could be that case, right? But at the same time, and that's why I've been so happy to be proven wrong. So maybe it could be the case here. What if say GLU, right? So with GLU, they made a statement that no, you guys are wrong. Like as you said, you guys have completely forgotten about us. I for one didn't pay attention. I did acknowledge it. So I didn't pay attention to them up until they were at the very latter parts of our game. But here we go. Are you telling me we're gonna go another straight line? Because this might just be it.
looks like it. I mean, and this time around, it's. Oh
okay.
no! I thought.
All right.
But this time around. It's dead smack in the middle.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Cutting it in half in both sides. It's an angle though, and like I was surprised seeing SMB Sosnovka military base in there, and I thought it will be straight shooting up in this map though.
Yeah, I was a bit nervous. Had a mini heart attack. Oh man, we're looking at another 180. But this time it is on paper it is a 180 cut here. Like this is the piece of the pie that you and your brother get each. That's one per complete 50-50. But we're already seeing Yal basically. They've already dropped by the island. So Sosnovka, it's another hot drop. A lot of good loot over there. But the one thing that separates that from the rest of Erangel is it goes without saying the bridges. So you're gonna be very very visible. Trying to pass and trying to get through the middle of the entire map, or trying to go to Erangel in general, going through a bridge, there's gonna be somebody watching. So it's a questionable call. And look at it, they're the only team there. So I believe that maybe they have a deeper layer of a. Oh, but look at the circle though. It kind of favored them.
Exactly. They're smack dead in the center, and like I was thinking that they need to move. They need to move. Like we have a few teams which is waiting into the, if I'm not mistaken, the west bridge, and if in case that happens, like they might be done for. If not, a few of their players will be eliminated as they pass through. But looking into the battle, this is Pochinki right now. Two teams managed to drop in here, and it is NIGMA Galaxy as well as the Xavier. Winnie though is a good flank, a good chance for him to spot on NIGMA Galaxy, but Parajin is in a shorter end of the stick because he's receiving damage from both Coops and Ralph.
Oh man, and this is compound per compound battle. This is one of those situations wherein the person who doesn't peek the most actually gets an upper hand. So look at this, window per window, just trying to see if he can take a chance, right? So NIGMA Galaxy, they showed us earlier already that they're more than capable of withstanding an onslaught of teams. But so far, we do have the DX over here. They've caught wind of where NIGMA Galaxy is. I'm also kind of curious here, Neptune, because the distribution of DX. Look at how they are, man. They're pretty distant compared to how NGX is. They have a buddy system going on, so they're very intact. They're very close. And no one has the high ground except for Coops. So this is... Oh, never mind. I'd say... Yeah, we do have one. That's Shua over on top. So any second now, man. This is going to be close contact.
Yeah, and what DX Xavier is doing, DX is doing right now is the usual we split. One is the far end. That is from the name of Winnie. And it's a good thing that Chua was able to elevate himself a little bit higher, because it will be difficult if in case you're all probably in the ground floor or second floor and not having that visibility. But Winnie, I think he has been spotted by Freak right now, but the shots coming on the left hand side will distract the rest of the Xavier, as a battle might ensue in this part of the map.
Oh man, okay. This is an interesting call. So, despite all our all our assessments here, they still choose not to. No engagements here. Skibidi just the sole DX off of the other side of this basically this entire this mix of players here, because this is gonna be a crossroad encounter. Oh, there it is. Freak taking down Winnie. You said so yourself. He already caught sight of Winnie a little earlier on. They take a bit of damage though. So, and no heavy medkits to use just yet. Just very small, very little medical supplies. So can't afford to take anything else up until he gets his hands on some legitimate medical utilities.
Yeah, let's see if he will be needing that. There's so much coverage though from the rest of NIGMA Galaxy, because they will be going a 3v3 as he gather all the meds that he need. And Chua might have been spotted already, just waiting for the chance, because the weapon that he has is a mini Uzi, so he needs to reduce the distance between the enemy, and not moving at all can be one of the the specific plan for him to do so. But Skibidi is just going in for a long flank and probably a backstab against those who are on the roof.
And that's one man down, so that's a very brave move from Skibidi. And okay, there it is. That's what you were talking. No way he got Ralph off of the roof with a mini Uzi without any attachments, so it seems. Oh man, that is painful. I'm gonna say that, Neptune. That is so painful.
That's literally Chua bring the roof down, but Chua brings the brought down as well with a grenade. Lord in there with a god nade, and there goes the trade-off after trade-off. Lord right now will try to go in for the rush, but there's no stepping stone for him to move up. Skibidi is now on the rooftop as well, and Freak in 1v1. And let's see if the distance will be shortened right now. A grenade being cooked right now, but it has been initiated against Skibidi, and both members have received some damage.
Oh man, he felt that one, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, and that one too. Okay, so oh man, how long are you gonna be able to keep this up, Freak? You are literally surrounded, but okay, you still have the manpower advantage, and there goes Skibidi. That's what we were talking about. Very brave move. Very risky play as well. That puts 4-2 in this initial encounter we're seeing between NIGMA Galaxy and DX. That's pretty painful, man. I don't wanna be a jinx here, but this is already like top 10 story decided.
DX right now, Chua didn't get the chance to be picked up, and there goes the Lord has put down his wrath against this team of DX Xavier. And well, that was a 4 points in Pochinki, and it took if I'm not mistaken, around 3 minutes, and time might have been wasted, but resources can be recovered later on.
Man, so that was a really noteworthy tale, on the side of they had themselves in a bit of a pickle. Tried to hold off as much as possible, but yeah, numbers game. You can never go wrong. So Morph, GPX over here, they're just buying time, I'd say. So that's what I was talking about, right? They know that the circle so far is still within the bridge, and that's what I was so surprised. It actually favored y'all so far. The fact that they went and dropped by the island. That's pretty insane. But speaking of insane, oh my gosh, fireflies left and right here, Neptune. This is so much of action.
Cleon is the only one remaining right now. It's a good thing he closed the door. I thought he will not, because it's very difficult to pick up 3 members if you will be surprised in a bit. But speaking of surprise, let's see if he will have that free trial of hell. But no, he doesn't receive that molly, and let's see if a grenade will be thrown exactly where they are. And I don't think Blade has a good angle to hold. Oh my goodness, Blade, what are you doing? You could have hit that, but missed entirely as it bounced off. And there you have it. Follow up will be favoring him. Let's see if a pickup will still be done. AGONxI8 right now, a little bit too close. There you have it. They lose it, and not only that, they started off with 3 players, so it's already a losing game by AGONxI8.
Sad elimination, right? And again, that's Exhibit B. You know, when it comes to manpower, so AGONxI8 they were already down. I mean, they already deployed with one man down. So yeah, it was already as you said, it was already damage dealt. Can't be any more tragic than that. So as early as now, we already have 2 teams eliminated. It's only stage 2, so this is a fairly okay pace. You know, it's not we're not really basing it on the elimination. When I say that, it's more on the encounters. Not so many. Beautiful M249 frag over there, and a shopper with an S1897. Okay, how many shotgun frags? That's not a DPS or an SK12 do we see? That is hilarious. The man is on duty. So
Well, the thing is, like, XERXIA might have survived that battle, and yeah, they did lose one of their players, but they will be another contender right here, which is Genesis Esports. I mean, it's a good battle to win, but if you will not be able to recover in time, it's a good thing that Genesis Esports not that aggressive though. Given that they have vehicles on their side, but all the nades being thrown at them, Master Itchy finally takes down XERXIA, and oh my god, a little bit too close.
Nice.
Die hard.
Here we go. Bruce Willis would have been proud. But nicely done. So
a good day to die hard.
Definitely. In this case, it's a good day for. It's not a good day for Die Hard, I'd say. So here's the sad reality, though. The curtains are starting to get pulled, and with the entirety of Genesis and XERXIA, this is a field wherein additional damage will it picks no one. This is an even playing field. So no matter what happens here, no matter who emerges victorious, the names are being taken. Yes, it's pretty early. It's only stage 2, so it doesn't sting. But when it really counts, say you've taken enough nades or bullets, then that speck of health might be your destruction or your saving grace. So I don't know how this is gonna go, man. Look at how they are. This is that vantage point was really stressful to say the least. And that's what I'm talking about. Chopper was taken out by the play zone. That is so sad. And Master Itchy as well. Master Itchy and yep. I rest my case, man. Again, this is strike 3. That is strike 3.
They have been denied of the point. They have been denied of their resources as well because they need to recover, and they have a bridge to cross. Not only that, a lot of teams are already waiting from them or for them, and it's Sosnovka Island. So they need to rush this. They need to move. And PERSIJA, EVOS, as well as T2K is doing the same thing that we saw earlier from Genesis Esports. So Lynx right now will try to hit it against Adoki, but the spot-on shot coming from WTF Love will probably bring him down, and the nade is follow-up, but it's only a few HP though, and Light managed to survive.
Okay, stage 3. This kind of hurts a little bit more than earlier, so you can't afford to stay out here too long, especially if medical utilities are not available. But in this case, who is Love? You know, he does have 3 good amount of utilities as well, but I don't think that he has enough, I'd say, vantage points to engage into anything just yet. Doki, though, he does have a bit of an encounter, but he is outside the zone as well. So, man, we saw what happened earlier. You know, the blue Grim Reaper takes souls left and right, so...
And not only that, I mean, not only are they in engagement, they're a little bit too far, though, onto the next phase of the circle. Oh my god. Love right now is in trouble. Only a few HP. It's a good thing he managed to take down Lynx. Will he be able to make it? No! Only a split second to spare. And that's the difficult part. Because you need to time it well. And with that said, I think Misery can even beat him to it if he has time to recover. Jane, though, is still alive and kicking. But... mean, it's a long travel. Not
Yeah.
only that, they need a lot of resources that I think they've already wasted from that initial engagement.
Yeah, see, this is what we were talking about too, man. Map awareness and familiarity. Not to say that they don't know the map, dude, but fact of the matter is that play zone, that is still a threat. That is
Yeah.
that is still a problem. How many lives did it take, right, a while ago, from both teams who were caught outside, from XERXIA and Genesis, if memory
Yeah.
serves. So that would have been a very big deal. There it is. Sadly though, who is Love? He's up and out of there. Valiant effort though. Good fight. But right now, RRQ, I'm smiling. I am smiling. Dude. I think they have read the program. So there and no eliminations just yet though. So let's see.
Yeah, I mean, it might be slow for RRQ, but again, there's the usual tactics coming from those who's grabbing the winner chicken dinner. You need to be silent. Nerpeko, though, is making a lot of noise right now, and I think that is what Lux will be taking advantage of. Nerpeko has probably seen him, but this guy, you can't put him down that easily. We've seen him does a lot of clutches. And there's probably one reason why he's making a lot of noise is because this
Okay.
track, the enemy team's Asa goes in for the backstab, and Nerpeko is still alive and kicking, challenging anyone to really show up in this area because he trusts his
Okay.
teammates.
There we go. Had a bit of a hit there. Mission abort. Yes. He has to back up a little bit, get those painkillers in. Not enough to recover much health, but still looking. Oh, and there it is again. The play zone takes another one. Cleon. Oh no.
Oh,
And Jane.
Jane.
And Jane. Oh my gosh. T2K. Majority of their players were eliminated through the Grim Reaper. Oh no. Neptune, I'm telling you, man, we have another sentient being all around the map. Oh, man, okay.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, it will be less points coming from those who really did get all those eliminations or can get all those eliminations. But let's see, no mercy right now from RRQ. The damage against YOODO Lions is really fire, and Iftar will be taken down. Hexus, though, needs to be picked up, and rotation is not giving them much of a headway because they need to be hiding off. A lot of teams are already watching the open ground, so they don't want to be showing up unexpectedly. For the side of BTR, though, they're left with 3 players, and Superboy, aka Yuhai Man, or Yuhai, will be waiting and drifting his way through. But Leon has spotted him. Not only that, Yori is here as well.
And JX though, it's still complete, man. The only complete team that we have, or at least the only
Yeah.
complete undamaged team. So, we've seen that earlier. Oh, beautiful stuff there from Rocky. So yeah, I'm gonna leave my point for later. But so far, we're seeing a good amount of encounters here from Morph and from Bigetron. So this is your horse right here. This is you gotta ride your stallion here, Neptune. So let's see how the boys are gonna do. Is he gonna go for the close? Yes, he does. Now Yoru puts the nail in the coffin there. Literally entering.
What? Quite surprised though why Bigetron is hanging back. Like the splits that they're holding is not like compared to what they usually do. They're hanging back a little bit to distance from the rest of the team, especially with Yuhai or Superboy right there. So that is quite questionable. Neptune Boy, despite of him being alone, aggressiveness is still on him, trying to gun down Haley Esports.
Yeah, that's true that. And yeah, I did say this earlier, right? Mernat Boy is one of those common names that you will see at the very last, you know, at the edge of elimination. Now, PERSIJA EVOS already out of there. We didn't get to see much of them, to be honest, but yeah, that kind of ends the journey a little bit. So they're out of the surprise equation. No. Let's see what else. What happened? Oh man, an explosion! And again, another safe zone elimination here. Another play zone elimination. One more life taken by the unforgiving play zone. No, my goodness, probably the most out of any map we've had today.
The MVP will be the play zone. at
Oh,
this
for sure.
point.
Most frags for sure. I am certain.
Genfo's right now going solo for BIGETRON Red Villains, trying to gun down the remaining players, and there you go, the hit exact shot. I would say a Kobe with that nade, and well, unfortunate for him, he's the one left alone. Fortunate though, they have 6 elimination tied up with what Morph GPX has, and they're the ones who are BDRs, the ones who put down Morph GPX. 7 teams remaining though, and well, Hale is one of the team, or no, one of the team that is as healthy as RRQ, and this is your prediction right now. I think they will be putting in a lot more.
Oh man, but I don't want to jinx it. I just stay quiet in here. There's still a lot more work to do. 7 teams is no joke, and anything can happen. Not to mention Hale and Kagi right here. They're doing really good. So, oh! I had a mini heart attack. I thought they were out of there. Good stuff, RRQ. Keep going.
Yeah.
You got this. Oh man, I blinked for a split second. I swear on my life, and then I thought they were gone. But then I look at the stats. Okay, they're doing good. They're doing good.
Looks like this will be a number 2 for you in terms of prediction, and I mean I'm good. I'm gonna do that at least. Like, it's really showing up. For me, most of that I predicted is getting the curse. So hopefully they won't be blaming me afterwards. I'm pretty sure they will be watching this, if not fans out there already watching it. But as we look at the teams who has gathered in the finals in the stage 5, we have a few who's already taken their place in the middle of the map. And let's see, final team, top 5 teams remaining. BIGETRON Red Villains remaining with Genfos, and the rest of the gang, it's either 3 or 4 players, as Flyboy is just hanging back on the side.
Okay, so Hale may be the ultimate opportunist here with no frags whatsoever. They are gonna wait, I can assure you. They are gonna wait until RRQ gets narrowed down to nothing. So, because so far BTR as well, BIGETRON, your horses right there. They're still looking pretty okay with 6 frags. I can't say the same for NGX though. They just lost one more in the form of Freak. RRQ continues their onslaught here, Neptune, with 7 frags, no casualties. But you see the percentage here of survivability. Hale leads the pack with 36, a whopping 36. Oh no. Oh man. Okay, Neptune, you're gonna have
I felt that one a little bit.
a bit of a sting there. So.
It stings. The thing is Gemfos is the one solos, and if I'm not mistaken, Kagendra is the one spotting him already, even before he makes that rotation. So it's pretty much, it's just a matter of time before he will be gunned down. And even with a vehicle, we saw how little a vehicle can do in terms of survivability, especially if you're out in the open. So let's see if there'll be the teams right now who are surviving, especially with 4-0 for the side of Hale Esports, can grab the remaining points that they can, because it's good enough to survive this long. It's better if you'll get additional elimination to add up to the placement that you have.
And you know, if you learned anything from what we've witnessed, it's never a guarantee, right? As far as you get here, even though you already have the highest probability, you still have 0 eliminations, and you're not even sure. Oh, make that one. They put the 1 tick on the board. But again, as I was saying, you're never certain that you will make it out of there as top, right? So it's a big difference, leaving 4th and leaving 1st. So you're gonna wanna be vigilant when it comes to that. So look at how RQ is doing, and yes, safe to assume I am smiling rather big. So. 7th heaven, I'd say, on the side of RQ. Could you make an infinite 8?
Let's see if they'll be able to do so. Noise right now, on the other hand, from Sports, they have been silent, but they will be making a lot of noise.
Oh no, they got boxed!
Leon right now just rushes in against NGX, and I would agree, they got boxed in. There's no going out from that compound, but Noise is still in the target. A different target though. Kagendra is the one being shot at, and there you go. Frenzy, didn't survive. It's just Nerpeko has been gunning down a lot of players in this instance. Even from out in the open earlier. He's not backing off. He wants to grab all those eliminations.
Man, that was a peel out gone wrong for Frenzy, honestly. I'm not so sure if he would try to bait that out because I didn't see any direction that he was gonna go. And I don't think they had the right to do it. They really didn't have so much manpower to work with, so that's pretty tragic. So, and if this ends as well, Hale versus RRQ with 4 apiece. There. That's the casualty I was talking about. It wasn't really a smart move having to leave and jump out in the open as such, but they really were cornered. I guess that was really the last straw, and they're still in it. They're still in it. There was really nowhere to go. It just takes one peak, one cranium out of place, and Kage will be out of there. So this is interesting, man. If we get to a 4-on-4, if we get to a 4-on-4 here for the last circle, for the last couple teams, that is gonna be a brawl.
Yeah, exactly. That will be a brawl, but no!
Yo!
From downtown, managed to make that shot, and as you can see, no rescue is close. Now, he was just targeting Kagendra from that compound, but he saw Nerpeko peek in, and the thing is, Nerpeko is not backing off. He saw him peek, and just waited for the perfect moment, managed to hit the head.
Oh my gosh, what an AMR shot, dude. Yep, still alive and kicking here, though.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, there! Oh, Sky only, very sneakily, and no mercy. Just putting names out, just tagging left and right. One more on the side of Kage. Are we gonna get a rescue here? Because Flyboy's out in the open, and with all that stray fire, that definitely hurt.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they managed to get in. Smokes can protect them for a moment. And Hale Esports, though, they are not silent anymore. They will be spotted. And as you can see in the map, it's Kagendra who has a better advantage, despite of them being left with only 2, because they're the only ones inside. So we just have to wait who will be stepping out in the open, especially as it's only 20 seconds before the next stage will be closing in. Smokes all over the ground right now as they prepare. They pave their way as they move. Hexas, though, as well as Nerpeko, smart move for them to utilize a vehicle. They will not be gunned down that easily. They regroup, and let's see if anyone out there can fire back against C only, because this is one of the threat against this team. And there you go.
Oh, you're gonna punch them out.
Going down.
Punch them out. Oh no. Okay. What? Wow. RRQ. I'm putting again. All my cards, all 51 of them, are on the table right now. So now this is very tragic, man. The manpower. Oh, okay. Wow. You see that? Sky was. Oh man, Sky barely got out of there.
I think he's trying to take advantage of the knockdowns, but he missed that Kagendra is still there.
Oh man, that was pretty sad. I'm not gonna lie. That was pretty sad. I thought we were going to see a 4-on-4. I thought we were going to see a huge clash, but right now this is going to be a pinch. A massive pinch to the cheeks, ladies and gentlemen, because we have Kage. Oh, down to the last. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you, RRQ, as I score my second prediction. Oh my goodness, Neptune.
A great streak.
RRQ.
A great streak, not only for RRQ, but also for Pika right here. 2 for 2 already. Two for 2, and for me, it's like still a 0. Zilch, nada. Nothing.
Today, that is. Today. But let's bring it back to the superstars. RRQ. Beautiful stuff. Look at how much damage they dealt, though. And they basically hardly took heavy hits, you know. They hardly took heavy hits. They got one knockdown, I'd say, if memory serves, but the entirety of this game was really RRQ, man.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of instances where in there Peko has been a little bit too aggressive, but I guess it's just that Peko. He was able to go in and grab a few more of those shots, even despite of Sky only trying to gate or probably gun down one of them individually, but Nerpeko managed to survive. They really brought in a lot of heat into the battle, and Asa as well. I love how Asa keeps lurking and flanking in a way as Nerpeko is providing the distraction, and then Asa's the one who's just finishing the deal.
Oh man, and I'd say that this contribution, this is a really good distribution. Honestly,
Mhm.
it's not so bad. Like no one went without a kill, no one ended the game without pulling the trigger, just popping off a few, busting a few caps here and there. But
Yep.
I'd say that yeah, Nerpeko and No Mercy, they really stood out here. But Asa though, with his amazing showing, it goes without saying, man. And earlier, I remember he was one of those players that I was so shocked he survived a certain gunfight, even after a very bad condition. Like the deficit was really on his side. But yeah, this right here, this is the medal he definitely deserves for our game number 5.
Yeah, MVP is Aza from RRQ. And, well, again, as we saw earlier, they grabbed the 13 eliminations as well as the 10 additional point for placement. And, well, not surprised really, as Nerpeko has a lot of elimination as well as the top in terms of knocks, but Asa with the highest damage. And this is just like helping each other. They're playing it hand in hand, and it's only the addition of Mercy with the highest healing done, because if you're the one on the aggression, you have less time healing because you're the one putting in a lot of damage against the other team. So I guess Misery is the one on the receiving end in that engagement. But going into the rankings right now, 23 total points for RRQ, Kagendra with 11, and I love the survivability for this team because they were the ones being targeted earlier into this battle, but they managed to end up in number 2. Not all that, added a few more to their points. BIGETRON Red Villains though has been taken out a little bit early, but they didn't go down without a fight. They grabbed 6 eliminations, total of 9 on the points.
I would actually also point out Morph, right? So Morph did really fantastically. I'm not gonna lie, they stood the test of time, honestly, when it comes to this game, because they didn't really show up as well as they did, compared to the rest of the teams. So I also want to point that out. It's really nice that we were seeing more of these. I mean, come on, Hale and Kage. These are teams that they were not entirely 100% on our radar up until they proved us wrong. And speaking of proving me wrong, I was so wrong to think that they would have like close to 200 already with their throwables, but 148, still not a bad count. But it's still not as chaotic as we would think it is. You know who was meant to be, right? You know who really did the work.
Yeah, as I did. I mean, I guess it's map dependent as well on the throwables, because there's a lot of hiding spot that they can use in ERANGEL. Thus, there's not so much in need of smoke, probably in the final moment, and also with grenades. I mean, it will depend on how you can use it and where and when you will be using it. But looking at the overall rankings right now, it's still RRQ on number 1, and they have given a huge lead against the ones in second place, BIGETRON Red Villains, but those catching up as well. NIGMA Galaxy only 2 points against BIGETRON Red Villains, and Kagendra as well in there, number 4. But heading over to the next page, Haley Sports moved 1 spot up, and it is Glue Squad that has been pushed down. But the two-point distance, I think they will be able to bring it back.
Speaking of distance here, Genesis Esports leapt 4 places basically. They went up really fast. After a while ago, they were base bottom here on second page. So I like what's happening. Genesis is, in my opinion, they're not a dark horse, but at the same time, with all these heavy hitters, it kind of like explains a lot why it's so difficult to stay at least on the 10. Just the 10 best so far in terms of points. But we hate to be bearer of bad news, but for day number 1, I don't think it's gonna be any ray of sunshine here for YOODO Alliance. Because not only were they unable to actually make big differences here in terms of eliminations and placements, but they are being trumped here by the likes of DX, even 7th Element. And 7th Element actually didn't do, to be honest, they didn't really do something significant as well. So,
yeah, I mean, they apart from not playing from the previous round, when they play, they're not really showing up that much and into the game. So quite surprisingly, like there's a lot of teams, and still big to get differ. Is it they're hiding strats, or the other team are just that stronger this time around. Thus, they're not really performing compared to what we were expecting. But anyways, conversation will continue on, and when we return, it will be the last game for tonight. Again, Pika and Neptune will be back after break.
The sequel has indeed been written for RRQ, ladies and gentlemen, as they take map number 5 here at A Clash of Giants. Yours truly still on the mic here, Pika and gentlemen. So now we are moving to our final game of the evening, but fingers crossed, not the least. We have seen the Titan so far, gentlemen, actually just fall down every now and then, and the names that we didn't expect turning up.
Yeah, let's see if there will be a little bit of change in terms of pace for the other teams, as we love those surprises. Some teams have been silent in here from the start of this day, and this might be the chance for them to make them noise because they have the chance to do so. We're moving into SANHOK right now. Earlier, we saw NIGMA Galaxy grab that winner chicken dinner, and if I'm not mistaken, another team that is a GLU squad. So let's see if there will be a different name who will be showing up in here. A lot of chances coming from these teams, especially with the smaller map and like chance of early engagement from the start towards the mid and waiting towards the end as well, if in case they survive with a complete squad.
And yeah, I love that word. You know, it's really something that so many of our players forget: survive. Because survive is completely different from domination, right? But maybe, just maybe, they are going to recognize what survival really means, especially that this is their last chance for day number 3.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to give that chance for the giveaway, though. We are still giving away all these prizes. If we reach the milestone, you need to get or grab all of those viewers out here. 30k for the HyperX headphones, 50k for the AirPods, and 70k watching on YouTube for the iPhone 15. So don't forget to share the stream, invite everyone so that we will be able to reach these targets.
I want to be in on it too, you know. Because who wouldn't? I want to be in on it. I want to get them iPhones. But anyways, so long story short here, ladies and gentlemen, we've accomplished five games already for our supposed day number 3. Yes, for those of you who just tuned in or you missed game number 1, it was actually yesterday. But we continued the entirety of it today, and now we are moving back to SANHOK between groups B and C. So, as we mentioned, it's the last game of the evening, so it's one more chance for today and today alone for these teams to go on one massive hurrah and rack up those points.
Yep, and well, as we are looking at Group B and C, so BIGETRON Red Villains as well as RRQ, our choices from the previous match, will be sitting this out, and Group B and C. So I guess hoping that you have already some teams in mind, because like I will not be taking this against you. I will ask you to choose who among these teams will be your prediction, because so far you're on the roll. You have 2 for 2 already.
No jinx, but you know what? I'll wait for Front to tell me about it. Okay, the thing is, I don't want to fall into the bait, right? Like I don't want to fall into the streak bait, because the moment that I do, I might be proven wrong 100%. So maybe, just maybe, I'll. Okay, you know what? Hey, you go first this time. You go first this time, because I went first last time. So.
The thing is, like, I'm not quite sure. It's not that I'm not confident with the team, but the thing is, I don't want to jinx the team as well. But I want to go back, because there's a huge potential here. I want to go back to Alter Ego Aris, because they showed up a lot in terms of elimination, but not so much in survivability. If I'm not mistaken, there was only 1 or 2 left towards the final moment. Thus, they were taken out halfway through the match. So, Alter Ego for me.
Okay, so you know what? I am a man of loyalty, so we are sticking it with Stalwart Esports. I am not leaving. I am not leaving the train here. I am still sticking with Stalwart Esports. So the first blood was drawn, so they proved me right. The question here, though, is, since the groups B and C, and they're taking it back from the top, if I may, even though it's the last game. I do think that they've had their reads. They've had their chance to probably play out the habits. Not to mention, we don't know what flight path it's gonna be, but maybe, just maybe, if their reads are right, they're gonna drop here. They're gonna drop early. They're gonna drop late. You know, those factors come into play when it comes to learning this. So maybe you're right. You know, I actually have a feeling you'll get this. I'm so nervous it tickles. So it's that feeling. So it could be Alter Ego moving forward.
Fingers crossed, though, because I would agree with you. There's a lot of, like, since it has been happening map after map, there's a lot of learnings that needs to be done, but not just by the teams that we've chosen, Stalwart Esports and Alter Ego, other teams as well. So that might put that in this last game in fruition and execution. That will make it difficult for even our predictions to make it through. So we might be surprised at another a hit by. Will GLU be playing? Let me just.
I think so.
Check that. Yes.
If they are,
won't be surprised
they are.
if they will be grabbing another winner chicken dinner, especially as this is their map from earlier. And again, I'm not saying that GLU doesn't have that to them. It's just that it's not showing from the start of this day, and it's only towards that final moment when everyone's surprised, even the casters are surprised as to where they put in clutch time.
Yes. So I always like the term trigger discipline too. So some of the teams they practice that. You know, they actually showed us that too. You know, the same thing happened to RRQ. Remember when I said earlier that they made a fatal mistake? But the moment that I think they managed to revert that mentality back to safety play, then it's definitely gave them fruits. You know, that's really what it was. So maybe, just maybe, even though RRQ they're sitting this one out, the day is wrapped up for them. I do think that their grind still needs to. They still need to go on, because the succeeding teams that in the rankings, they're not very far off, right? And it's very close, especially BIGETRON. So yes, even though they belong to the same group, I think that any given day, maybe tomorrow, that could completely turn. So, and not the likes of basically NIGMA. So
I would agree. I would agree, definitely, because again, it will depend on how they will match it along with the survivability of those following them. If they can survive a little bit longer, against BIGETRON, Red Villains, and NIGMA Galaxy, even Kagendra, the ones currently number 4, then they have a good chance of still maintaining the lead. But if not, then it will be gearing against them, and you don't want that to be let go, especially as we're getting close, inching to that final day of the group stages and our playoffs. And once we head in onto the grand final, will be much difficult though, because they will have all the bonus points against you, and if it doesn't add up to your favor from the start of the grand finals, then you might be the ones going to catch up. But let's see if anyone will be catching the drop points of the team as we are heading. I think this is coming from oh yeah, it's quite different. It's from west to southeast, and well, third time's a charm to go in different ways in terms of the flight path. But I don't think they will be far away from their dropping zone, because as we mentioned, it's not that far though. The map is not that huge for them to miss their drop in this kind of flight path.
Interesting too, yeah, because again, SANHOK, right? We've seen a lot of crazy exchanges here, a lot of unbelievable moments, especially earlier on. We saw very oh my goodness, okay, whoa, we just got woken up just seconds in, you know, as soon as the drop happened, we're already seeing some gravestones. I'm telling you, this is a really fast encounter on the side of this is PERSIJA, right? So okay, yeah, it is. Oh, man, so casualties already.
Yeah, and well, it's Kagendra, PERSIJA EVOS, and CMFxGSM, if I'm not mistaken. STALWART is also part of the mix, and well, this is just excitement coming from them that they want to end this battle. There you have it, STALWART Esports grabbing 4 points. PERSIJA EVOS has been eliminated in this game. Unfortunate though for PERSIJA EVOS, they are hanging in there in the 16th spot, but let's see if there will be a respawn from the other side. Boom Esports though, they receive a lot of damage. AGONxI8 is their next target, but it's not just compounds across them. It's a full river that they need to cross to be able to take advantage of those positions. Does Booming Sports, I think they will be safe and dry, but Yummy needs to recover a little bit because Agon has hit him with a lot.
Okay, here we go. So, wow, that was a real shocking start here. So the way that things unfolded, because we were still literally looking at the flight path, right? So the moment they went touchdown, there was already, I'm pretty sure there were already sights aimed at him. So this is a nice, intriguing encounter supposedly for Boom and Agon. So we got 3 trying to go for a flank here. Oh, okay. Oh, to make that 2 because
almost.
I think Razy has high grounds.
YOLO! Going YOLO right now for the jump. Balak right here is just swimming. But
No.
backstab by Blade, cutting like a razor. And Yummy is a little bit too far now, nowhere to be found. Razy though, missing that opportunity. And I don't think he'd have that much, does he? Went down a little bit too easy. Yummy right now, I know this guy, he has a lot of potential in terms of damage, but in terms of utilities, he doesn't have that much. And good thing he was able to throw that nade and catch one off guard. But as they float in this area, in this river, I don't think AGONxI8 will be responding that quickly, and they have a chance to pick up YOLO in this battle.
I mean, a shot and T24 already out of there. Care of a QBC. I have never seen this weapon in quite a bit. So nicely done here from Alva. Now we got a nade. Wow, with his name on it, with a name on it too. Okay, that's a good start. But let's check out how our teams are doing. So maybe, just maybe, if I'm gonna predict, I'd say, yeah, apart from STALWART, right? I do think that Kage has a huge chance of making it out here unscathed. Maybe not in the best shape, but maybe far. At least really far off in the tournament. Imagine this 85-4 compared to STALWART. So they just need like maybe one good amount of eliminations here, and they can already beat STALWART clean up without casualty.
But the thing is, STALWART Esports is thinking otherwise. They want to have a few more points, and they are starting it off. Let's see if one goes down. Oh, STALWART Esports Esports managed to survive. Action is the one. Oh, what? The hit by the pan! The pan! Oh my goodness! And that is an impending damn doom for the side of Stalwart Esports. Again, the curse.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, my streak is done.
I should have knocked in wood as well.
The third time was not the charm for me, folks. So not today, at least. So yeah, Stalwart Esports again a bit aggressive there, I'd say. Maybe I think one of the contributory factors there, Neptune, was the fact that they had a very early encounter, and that is the beauty of Battle Royale. You can never tell. It's always gonna be a random generation of where or who and where you're gonna end up with. But this is divine. Yep. Over here. This is deja vu, you know, of what we saw earlier from Seventh Element. You know, this was Divine, who was again the last man standing for Seven. You know, it's early too.
Exactly, but the difference is he has a vehicle to get away with, and he's not engaging against the enemy. This time around, he's the one provoking Alter Ego to fire back, and there you go. Potato right now is a little bit of potato. No, AK. AKM gameplay right there to bring one down, and that, like, we're seeing a lot of excitement coming from these teams, even with the shots after those eliminations. But I guess this is because this is the last game of this day, and even Mad Cat is a little bit too excited, not so much putting in a lot of cover as he fires against Kagendra.
I like that. I like the fact that a while ago Alter Ego was just really near. So Seventh Element down to the last man. Divine he won his gunfight, yeah, but a little bit of a clever girl moment there at the side of Alter Ego. Just response was rapid. So I like that. And just like that, Seventh Element exits the final game of the day with only 1 point to add to their name. Very ironic. So Kagendra though, we still have 3 players, but Flyboy needs to make haste and pick up the other 2. This is one of those moments that your teammates would be like, "Go on without me." You know,
Go! Get away from here! That is what they're shouting right now. Flyboy, but Flyboy says otherwise. Run, Flyboy, run! This Flyboy will not be flying, or will not be running. He will be flying back to the lobby as a backstab coming from 4 Miracle Vibes. Surprisingly, we didn't expect 4 Miracle Vibes right here, but again, it's like the length, the duration that he is trying to battle against CMFxGSM right here. It will draw in a lot of teams. It will draw in a lot of attentions. Thus, the backstab came from 4 Miracle Vibes. They have 3 elimination, and this might be a chance for them to grab their 4.
Oh man, I felt for Flyboy that one. Not gonna lie, he all of that build up for a backstab, man. Like it took one. It just took one sneak, and that's what she wrote. But you know, we gotta move forward. Speaking of moving forward, GLU. Back on the grind here. They did win one chicken dinner earlier, folks, in case you're just tuning in. So we do have 2001 here with the vehicle, and that's exactly what they need. You see, this is traditional BR strat. A bit of scouting, a bit of looting. You know, just stay away from harm's way. You know, just stay out of harm's way, I'd say, and just buy a bit of time. It is really early though. We're on stage 2. See, a lot of our teams are untouched. This is probably the healthiest we've seen. Out of all the teams so far, we still have 1, 2, 3. I'd say a good 5, 6 teams maybe that are good.
Yeah,
pretty much untouched. So this could go the distance.
But the thing is, like, it's pretty much a mix of everything, because we have a few teams who were a little bit too aggressive from the start of this game, and then we have a few who's been so healthy towards this stage of the SANHOK map, and like this mix, really, they are like, it only shows who are the ones who's trying to catch up. Because as we saw earlier, Kagendra Stalwart Esports, yes, they tried to survive, they grab a few more points, but they were a little bit too aggressive. Even for those in the bottom half of the right-hand side of the screen, we saw that NB Esports, PERSIJA EVOS, even 7 Element, they went in a little bit too early, probably with a thinking that they will have a chance to grab all those eliminations and then wait it out later on, but they will be waiting the whole match as well as the whole day, because this is the last day for them.
Yeah, man. I mean, if I'll be very honest, I do think that Stalwart Esports established that aggression, like
Hmm.
with I'd say with not without thinking, but maybe without concern for welfare. I'd say because it was the initial leap, right? They were down
Right.
very early, like they jumped off the plane quite early. I'm not gonna say prematurely, but maybe they had a plan, just not executed well. Until
Mm.
now, man, no one has beaten their points, their elimination points. They're still at top, even after elimination. They're still on top. They're still 5 frags strong.
Yeah.
So it only goes to show that they really went for those kills, right? They really went for the frags, and that cost them a chance for potentially 10 more points. So I don't know. It was pretty sad. Oh man, Ghost. Apparently, it was the last off of Agon. So what a sneak from Rowdy right there. Beautiful stuff, and it's just at the brink of losing all his ammo for his DBS.
Yeah, the thing is, like, if you're alone, you can be going a little bit sneakily in this gameplay. Especially we're talking about SANHOK right here. A lot of shrubberies, a lot of grass that you can hide off, and you can surprise unsuspecting solo players as
Yeah.
well. And that was the case. That was a 1v1 that we have that we saw there. But it might not be the case right now for Lord against Morph GPX, though I know Lord has a lot of backup on him, but they're not yet showing in this, and probably just a distraction though, so that Morph GPX will be coming out, and the rest of the teams of NIGMA Galaxy will take advantage of them peeling out. But again, it's more of the game style being shown by these teams. NGX and Morph GPX, both of them has the X factor to their side. They want to be in the middle of that next stage because they want to take advantage of those moving in from the far.
Now, speaking of far, this is a pretty distant vantage point here from basically Kenny of Sem9. Man. Like this is a lesson learned. As I mentioned, this is probably one of the healthiest games we've seen out of all these teams, wherein we still have a good 5 teams right now, or potentially even 6. You know, if fairly healthy, that they've reached the stage 3. Stage 3, there's already a ton of damage from almost all the teams. But yeah, maybe just maybe Sem9 is gonna play this one by ear, just take things slow. They know that the for Miracle Vibes, it's not so far behind on points, by the way. They know that they're gonna take this quite slow. They're gonna scout, sure, but yeah, I mean, I'm trying to see the game plan here because it looks like they're gonna try to weather out the clock.
Yeah, I mean, it's a smart move for them as well because, like, unless you're very far on the next stage of circle, you still have plenty of time. You can have vehicle, you can just be walking around. But we're talking about SANHOK, like compared to ERANGEL and Miramar. If that is the case, then you need enough time, a lot of time to go in for the run. But Fnatic is not wasting any time. Went in for grenade, went in for that confirmation, and he grabbed all the points of Alter Ego. He's the one who's just grabbing all the points from this
Yeah.
team.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so it is. That's flow state right there. I mean, straight up. You know, the man has momentum. But at this point, yeah, maybe Nigma needs to, specifically for Freak here, he might need to recollect. He has vantage points here, but this is not a smart move to engage, even if you have the weapons for it, because you'll never know if there's a team behind you just like that, right? So
Right.
we have Boom over there. We have Boom in the back. Yes, there's 2 of them, but if there's anything that we could learn, as you mentioned, there's a lot of spots here in SANHOK that can be used to your stealthy advantage. So maybe, just maybe, you need to have eyes at the back of your head. Gotta take it quite slow. And yummy MJ here. You know, this spot right here, this is also no man's land, man. The moment that somebody spots you here, oh man, that is it for you. You are gonna get cornered bad. So
Yeah, there's not so much you cover right there. Like even from behind, there's a compound that defies logic.
yeah,
This is a house that defies logic. Not quite sure why do you only have 2 strong walls out of this, and one of which is also like it has a lot of open doors that you can be shot out from. So Well, again, that's part of the game, but hopefully you doesn't fall for using that as your cover. It's good for advantage if it's one-sided, but if it's against if against those coming in, like if it's coming from the other side, then
Yeah.
like you should think otherwise.
But there's so many corners for you to watch here, man. Like there's a mountain that you have to pay attention to, and there's also the back. There's there's also all sorts of players coming in from hills, and I don't know, man. That's pretty strange. But GLU looking strong and steady so far here.
Whoa.
Oh, okay. Forget that I said that. Oh God, just like that. Rest all his health. Now he has to go. He has to make a quick run for it. And there's a Jeep just slowly waiting. He does have a bit of a vehicular backup, but this that's what I'm talking about, man. 4 miracle vibes with amazing sense of wow, okay. Amazing sense of direction and amazing sense of you said to yourself logic, right?
Yeah.
He knew that high ground had so much potential.
Exactly. I mean, for this team, especially for 4 Miracle Vibes, their expertise is not just in the mechanical skills, but also getting all those positions. Like, you might be the ones, for the side of Apex, you might be the ones with the greatest accuracy, but you need a good position to hold as well to make those shots. And not only that, grenades coming from Doc will secure one of the point. It's up to Well right now, but let's see if he'll be able to play well, or will this be a sleep well moment? There goes the shots. There goes the takedown. 4 Miracle Vibes clean it up. And yeah, knockdowns against them, but they can pick them up.
I cannot believe I jinxed that so hard, Neptune. GLU, off of a completely untouched squad, became the next elimination. As soon as I said they're gonna last long. Okay, so this is it. This is what we're talking about. The entire place is starting to become a war zone. Fnatic picking off Ralph with that DPS. Not a lot of help to work with here. That's pretty much it, I would say. Yep, alter ego, man. We both lose.
Quite surprisingly, though. Quite surprisingly, Freak hits him on the backpack. Alter ego goes down. But again, I mean, probably there's a lot of a lot of body parts covered by the backpack, but again,
Yeah.
well, that's how we lose. That's how we lose. It's the game logic. However, we still have 7-9 right here, and surprisingly, they have 7 eliminations already. Or no, sorry, rather that's 7 teams remaining, 1 elimination to their side, but they are a complete squad. One of the complete squad together with 4 Miracle Vibes, and compared to 4 Miracle Vibes, they're the ones less aggressive, and they need to get a good position so that they can catch up in points.
And man, let's not take out a more out of the picture because
Yep.
they're still up and running, man. They're down by 1. But isn't it strange that they never had a single elimination this long? It means that they're really waiting. They're really checking who they can or probably pick off some of the winners. No, probably. Bit of an encounter here. Ralph and Rowdy. A Freak taking out Rowdy though. Good stuff. And just like that, the GSM is out of there. Man, nice
GSM.
encounter though.
I mean, I'm quite surprised on what the tactics here was there, but because he doesn't have much cover on one side, and
Exactly.
that's where he was caught off guard. He was surprised. But on the other side, Galak was able to take down YOLO, and the pickup will be done. At this point in time, like a lot of those things will be happening. One shot, one knock, because most of the time, especially if you're that aggressive, you're that busy of a team, you will already lose parts of your armors as well as helmet. So you can be easily taken down unless you go in, loot some more, or probably grab an airdrop to secure, to armor yourself. But at this point, towards the stage 5, it will be easy for you to be taken down, especially if you lost those armor on you.
This though, Depth has 9 medkits, man. If you so much as get eliminated out of this, I don't really know anymore. You might want to share that. But the rest, oh my gosh, gets dinked. Oh man, just as soon as he actually healed himself, he just takes damage straight up. All right, so
He don't care, man. He got pharmacy on
he had
him.
9 of them. Yeah, the man has the whole hospital in his pocket. All right, so you see that cross? that means I can heal as much as I want. So, this is not looking good. However, on the side of 4 Miracle Vibes, rather on the side of Boom, sorry, forgive me, but 4 Miracle Vibes here. Oh yeah, that's what I was talking about. Boom. It wasn't looking good, man. The sun was setting a little too early for. Oh, the sun was already setting for them rather, and NIGMA still in this playing it smart, but 4 Miracle Vibes, yeah, arguably one of our most dominant teams so far with 2-digit eliminations already. Neptune. So this looks like a new team. This looks like another one, and I recall that they actually had 2 ticket dinners prior to the playoffs as well. So
Yeah. And the thing is, like, 4 Miracle Vibes has been, like, I'm quite surprised why they held off in grabbing all those points. Because imagine the lead that they have from the previous week compared to this week. I mean, it seems like this week they're not as strong, but compared to last week, they're the ones who was able to cross 200 in the overall points. And, and like, I don't know. Probably it's just a strategy of a 4 Miracle Vibes. They don't want to pop off that easily. They want to study their opponents, and then later on, that's where to take advantage. But this is what we expect. This is what you get if you're unexpecting of a strong team performing. And this time around, they just waited for the final match for them to show up, and they show up with a complete squad against Morph GPX.
Man, Morph though, they turn it up, man. Like I'd say they're guided by instincts right now. I can say, because the other teams, they've been duking it out, like out in the open, many different spots. But Morph just listening to where the gunshots were coming from, try to position themselves where it's officially safe, or at least where they can just weather out the storm. Because right now, like this is the alpha we're talking about that they're gonna face. Supposedly, this is the big dog. And how, man, what did I tell you like a while ago? I'm sorry, I'm right, but I hate it. The fact that we turned a blind eye on Morph, and look how far they come. Right?
Exactly. Exactly. And it's like, the thing is, some of the teams, I wouldn't well, I can take it against their teams not showing up, and also showing up on their radar, because they have something to offer. But 4 Miracle Vibes right now really ended the moment that they grabbed that second knockdown and went in for the third. It's done for 4 Miracle Vibes, the team who ended week number 1 in an arguably the best fashion, is popping off this time. But towards the last game, winner chicken dinner will be for this team. But how much more can they play this hiding strats game? Because I know that they have a lot more to offer.
And you know, this is probably the most eliminations we've had today, right? So with 14 eliminations, that goes to show that the gunfights have been won. Survival instincts are definitely there. And look at these numbers, right? With Doc 7, Baron with 4, East and Apex right there 2-1 respectively. It means everybody did something. You know, they racked up a good amount of kills there. But Doc, I'm pretty sure he's the MVP, if not candidate for it. So they all played their part. They've already written history tonight as well. You know, capping off day number 3, and that's another chicken dinner, man. So that just goes to show that 4 Miracle Vibes, despite all these teams who started off the day strong, 4 Miracle Vibes will be up there when it comes to, you know, supposedly our pick. They want to be a prediction as well moving forward.
I'm not quite sure if they want to be my prediction, because so far, most, if not all, my prediction has been wrong. So I'm pretty sure that's one reason as well why they've been laying low, going low key. Because I don't want Neptune, I don't want Gentleman seeing me right now and asking that they win the game. They want to be low key, and then later on, when I'm not expecting, that's when they pop off. But MVP, as expected, Doc 922, 7 elimination, 863 on the damage, survivability of almost 21 minutes, and half of the contribution for the entire team. Doc really will not be the ones healing you, otherwise he will be the one killing you in the battlefield.
Oh man, operation complete, I'd say, you know, for Doc over here. Nicely done. So I'd say for I say 4MB. You know, the reality of 4MB right now is they're one of the teams as well that I'm looking forward to. You know, I was told that they've been on a tear during the past days, so we gotta watch out for them. And yes, lo and behold, proven right. So with all these stats moving forward, I'd say the day was also ended quite authoritatively. We have teams who repeated. We have a team who repeated. Some teams who went one per, you know, one chicken dinner per.
Yeah.
But this statement right here is pretty cool, because the fact of the matter is they also ended undamaged. They ended without a single without a casualty. So it means that it wasn't a matter of it wasn't really a matter of being too greedy. They had to vulture their way out of there. Right? They had to be they had to be a scavenger at some point. But man, did they prove us? They prove us that they have the skill to back it up. But can we just note, like I said, man, morph right there, morph. We did not keep track of how they were, and just as expected, they were gonna go in after the wounded, and they placed second. Big deal right there, very big deal.
Yeah, I mean, it's not so much an elimination, but survivability, they did a lot. Thus, they grabbed a total of 9 points. But again, compared to what we've seen from 4Miracle Vibes, this is what expected from them from the beginning of week number 2. But it only took them this time to really show up. And I guess, let's not blame it against the team. First off, a lot of team has been eliminated from the get-go, thus less chances of using all those throwable.
Man, this is a sad day, but you know it could be 8. Well, at least 8's a lucky number. No, I'm gonna leave it at that. But yeah, you're right. You know, it's a very open space, but at the same time, we don't have a lot to how should I say this, to point.
Yeah,
right? We don't have a lot to blame when it comes to SANHOK. It's really just a matter of how you win your gunfights, how you handle these situations. That's really what it is. So yeah, man. I mean, we were closing book number 8. I'd say it was epic as expected. Clash of Giants here in the playoffs.
Exactly. I mean, there's a lot of chances that we're in. I would say we have a prediction, but we were proven wrong, and a lot of chances as well that it surprised us. But Lapar still maintains and remains to be our overall MVP with a total of 30 eliminations under his belt and 5,322 on the damage, all averaging around 19 minutes of survival time. And imagine this, close to 42% on the team contribution. Out of BTR, he's doing almost half of those all of those performance and eliminations.
Right, for Miracle Vibes, again, apart from Lapar here, this was expected, right? With the way that Doc did it, it's still pretty rad. But let's not forget Sem9, right? Sem9, apparently they have such good, cunning, witty game sense. It took the other teams a while before they could take out the entirety of Sem9. So that's a statement. And Coops from NIGMA, and they are as well another winning team that we have. So
right,
yeah, it goes without saying that these are well-deserved slots. So yeah, beautiful stuff. And Lapar, man, this boy is a monster, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of reasons for them to really show up in here, especially on the MVP race, because if I'm mistaken, that's 200 or probably a lot more in terms of that prize pool. But there's a specific number of prize pool in that MVP. But fraggers, I mean, this brings a lot of excitement in terms of the battlefield, especially if you can hit a nade, a hit, an elimination right here. We have Coops right now with 31 confirmed elimination, and well, let's not take it away from Nerpeco. He's been aggressive from the start of this day, and he has brought in the same number of confirmed elimination. But in terms of damage, though, still Lapar beats them to it.
Wow. Yeah, that's what I've been saying, man. Lapar is on a different level right now. But again, tomorrow's another day. Let's see if these streaks are going to continue or if they're going to stay dominant. Now, without question, Team RRQ still on top with those 5 winner chicken dinners. So that's a statement. Now Bigetron, they've been quite on the plateau. But yeah, I'm not gonna say anything in finality. NIGMA Galaxy though, today was a good day for NIGMA, so
Yeah.
we can at least leave it at that. The other teams, specifically for Stalwart, got their first winner chicken dinner here at the playoffs. So fingers crossed. As the same with For Miracle, by the way. So I don't know, man. Tomorrow it's a blank canvas.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams are really showing up what they can offer for this day. Probably first 3 or 4 days is only like enough time for them to study their opponent. But again, by tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to have a little bit of switch up once again into the map. Right now we have SANHOK and ERANGEL. So for tomorrow it might be different or probably the same. I'm looking at historical records right here. But if that is the case, SANHOK ERANGEL will be good factor for them to put in the homework today after this match or after this day, and then apply it tomorrow if it's the same map overall. Because like there's no change in momentum. There's no Miramar that you can take advantage of long distance engagement. It's more of the close battle engagement in SANHOK. Even the OG maps of ERANGEL can provide a lot more in terms of elimination, similar to what we've seen earlier from these teams. So if the same pattern of maps happen for tomorrow, then I think our scores will be changing a lot more this time around.
You know what? If there's anything, my co-casters are. This is the first time we're working together. But the funny thing is, if Miramar became once it enters the selection, it's a love-hate relationship for me, man. Miramar is so good, but at the same time, it's so bad because of how few hiding places you can have. You know, Miramar's so open; it's a desert. So, man, I'm scared. I'm terrified. But again, this is just anxiety kicking in, folks. We're gonna see what tomorrow holds for us.
Yeah, exactly. And I would agree with you because Miramar, you like only left with a few choices in terms of mistake being shown. And here we have it, guys, the combined overall rankings for week 1 and 2 for Miracle Vibes. Despite of what we were shown earlier for week 2, they still maintain that number 1 spot, total of 332, and leaving behind Bigetron Red Villains and with 263. So that's a huge lead that for Miracle Vibes has taken already. Kagendra in there close behind. Not only that, they're very close between Kagendra and NIGMA X, and it's only 2-point lead, leaving T2K a little bit far on the catch up though. But if you look at it 2 by 2, well, disregarding for Miracle Vibes, it's quite close between these teams.
Yeah, man. For Miracle is head and shoulders above everybody right now, man. It's insane.
Yeah.
The rest of the teams, though, I'd say the biggest gap apart from them, you did say that was between 4 and 5, but it only takes a good day. You know, it only takes one good day for these teams to turn the tides, to basically put the momentum back on their side. Now, this is where it gets really icky. You know, off of the top 8, these teams right here, they are on a massive climb. Specifically Alter Ego, I'd say, because at top 16, this is a spot that puts you at the very edge of elimination, or like to end your journey altogether. So if you don't rack up maybe like say 30, just so you'd be near PERSIJA, EVOS, and that's not considering every other team yet, because you know some teams might move, some teams might not. Right. Let's see if Alter Ego can maybe punch back, because Look at how many matches everybody's played, right? This is basically the same so far, like 32 and or 33. But that can make a big difference, you know. The fact that, see, same here. 32, 33 matches, excluding BN United, yes. But those amount of games that you don't get to capitalize, say in one day, you manage to double chicken dinner, that's huge. That is huge.
And that's one reason as well why for today, if I'm not mistaken, for today we have RRQ, or say for day number 3 technically, we have RRQ that has a couple of winner chicken dinners, because like yes, it was yesterday though, the first match, but it continued on today, and with that alone, it really maintained them on the higher end of this leaderboard, the overall standings. And as we look at the day stats overall, we didn't get so much of 100, 200 per match, but it's like 844 in terms of throwable. That's good enough for me.
Thank you, stats people, for actually showing us how many boom how many boom balls we would have expected. But yeah, here we go, 844. And again, it also goes to show, because it's SANHOK, man. Like, one way or the other, you are gonna get flushed out, but more so with ERANGEL. ERANGEL has so many compounds, so many houses. So yeah, that's all she wrote for today, ladies and gentlemen. So Team RRQ, yep, that was yesterday, in case you were wondering why you didn't see the first victory.
Right.
And they did it again for map number 5. So that's 2. Again, like I said, the sequel has been written.
Exactly. And it's a good thing that the other teams really showed up this time around. As predicted by our one and Pika, we have STALWART Esports in here for the third match, and let's not take it from NIGMA Galaxy as well for a second match. But for Miracle Vibes, with their performance this time, and like they halfway through the week, I think this really will start off by tomorrow until the end of this week's battle. But for those of you who aren't here, unaware on what we have to offer, for the viewers out there, for those supporters out there who's staying in here for the longest time, this is what we have for you. If we reach 30,000 watching on YouTube, 5 HyperX headphones will be given away, and 50,000 will be 2 AirPods, and 70,000 watching on YouTube, 1 iPhone 15 will be given away. Looking at the ads right now, it's good enough to have 1 iPhone 15 offered if we reach the 7,000, rather than like getting the less. Getting less than iPhone 15, because that is at least you have a chance to grab that phone for yourself.
But I'll be blunt, man. Like, I would definitely settle for the HyperX, but it's very attainable. So yeah, you're right. You know, the iPhone's gonna be something else. It's a different level.
Exactly. I mean, I'm quite surprised really when I was shown that graphics, because like I guess I'm updated with the news, updated with what's happening in the tech world, and it just has been released, and wow, it's already in there being offered as a giveaway. So thank you very much for Ruthless Hype Esports as well for all those opportunities. But again, this is the end of the day. Once again, great battles has been shown from this team. A lot more will be shown from them by tomorrow and the succeeding, as we are still on the playoffs, heading over to the grand finals. We'll see who among the 24 will be the top 16 stepping in that stage. Neptune and Pika are your casters for today, and we'll see you again the next day. Goodbye and good night.